What is up? Hello everybody, how you doing? Welcome to twitch.tv/1030. My name's 1030. You're twitch.tv and everything's just brilliant, isn't it? How's it going? I hope everything's going good. Let's get this telly on, see if it's still wrecked. Have you had a good... Sorry, that was a pitiful bubble blast. Let me do that again because the tubes weren't primed. The tubes simply weren't primed. So whoever that was gets a second bubble blast. That's how it goes. But first, 2 wee seconds. I think it's safe to say the tubes are now primed. I think it's safe to say that the bubble tubes are now primed. We're all good and everything's good. Hiya. How's it going, folks? Welcome in. Let me just dry myself off. Oh dearie me, it feels like 2 minutes ago I was just streaming. How you doing? Listen, at the start of the stream, you know the deal. What we like to do here is share any good news. You know how on the internet, bad news, right? Everywhere you look, oh, it's terrible news on the internet. But not here. I mean, quite often here. Yes, D-Pad does an excellent profile picture. You get it. I'm looking for your good news. Jonesing for good news. I'm a newsmonger. Carivore, thank you very much for resubscribing. That's my good news. Carivore, thank you for 18 months. Twitch says this is my sub anniversary. I haven't resubbed yet. Don't know about all that, but I do know I love a 10:30 stream. Something different. Into Carivore, it is something different. Thank you very much for your continued support. Thanks very much everybody for coming in and watching me doing this. Bowdy, thank you very much for subbing. 35 months worth of bubbles. Fucking yes, Bowdy. Thank you. And D-Pad Chopra, how you doing? Let's have a cheeky 28-month bubble blast then. Is everybody happy with your bubble blasts? Is everybody happy with what you just got for your sub money there? Thank you very, very much. Show your finished product, as in the game of your... Because I can show you that just now, although it's not quite finished. We can't reach the Fusion servers. Please check your internet connection. No, I won't do that. You're not connected. I'm connected to the internet. Computers. Fish Supper, thank you very much for resubbing using Amazon Prime. Fish Supper, what a wonderful... Oh my god. Is this Bubble Day? Is it? I think it might be Bubble Day, everybody. We're on a hype train and all of that. I haven't had a hype train for a wee while, so thank you very, very much. Let me just make sure that the bubble gun is adequately loaded. Aye. We've got tons of bubble juice. We're all good. Everything's fantastic. And I've got my keyboard arranged so that I won't get bubble scum on my keys. And my tea is nice in here and everything's good. I'm a wee bit rattled today, folks. I'm a wee bit rattled. Lucy Kelly, thank you very much for resub and welcome in, Lucy Kelly. What a legend. My sore neck isn't going away. See right here? Got a mad sore neck. Just no, it's not doing anything. But nobody wants to hear about that, so I won't mention it a lot. That's funny. Wine computers, that's funny. But what isn't funny is why my monitor just keeps flickering like that. That's fucked up, isn't it? Do you know what we could maybe do today to diagnose the monitor? Because I'm aware that everybody really wants to know why my monitor's flickering. I've also got an RGB input thing. Right now this is going through, not RGB, this is going through SDI. So I've got RGB input. So I could try just pumping a Mega Drive into it or something. Anyway, that's something for a different time. What I'm doing today is... I think I need YouTube mods. Got some amount of nutters on YouTube, man. We're getting derailed already, Pedropolis. Getting derailed already. Funkyman316, you've just cheered 100 bits and this is your bubble blast, I hope. Why isn't Funkyman316 getting a bubble blast? I'm going to just leave it. I'm not going to manual blast it. But if you don't get a blast in the next sort of few minutes... Aye. Funkyman316, you deserve a bubble blast. That was 100 bits. And 100 bits and above gets a bubble blast. So I'm going to give you a wee manual blast. I hope that's okay. But I think what we need to do is, at some point, not today because it's boring, It's very boring. What we need to do is go through the StreamerBot action cues for my full complicated bubble setup. Funkyman316, that was your bubble blast. I hope you enjoyed it there. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh my goodness, welcome in everybody, how's it going? Funkyman316, Pedropolis, Subwoofer, Radio Rendell, Fluffy, how's it going? Skywatcher, it's that time already, yes, Ogden Blick beneath the headphones. Oh, meant to say, at the start of the stream, you were listening to music from my good friend Paul Maguire, and if you would like to hear more of that music, his SoundCloud and YouTube are in the Twitch chat, so feel free to get all told about that, he's a nice man. Belligerent ancient game like Go. So if you weren't watching last night, I think I will very briefly recap the work that we did last night. Because it took me about an hour to figure it out, but then I could redo it in about 5 minutes. So we will start this project from scratch, basically. And if you were in last night, you saw a special sneak peek of like thinking of what I'm... Anyway, don't worry about it. If you were in last night, I will cover everything that we did, and it'll only take about 5 minutes. What we're doing today is based on a YouTube video that I saw with Tom Scott. You're familiar with Tom Scott. And like this boffin guy, and they found a game, and the game's over 4,500 years old. And it looks cool, man. It genuinely looks like a good game. And me and Rachel want to play it, but to buy it, there's a replica for sale on the it's not National History Museum. What is it? The Royal British... You can buy a replica on their website for like 125 quid. Fuck that. Fuck that. So we're not going to do that. And instead, we're going to do what the British Museum does to other people. We're going to go on the website and just kind of like steal it for the website, and I'm going to 3D print it myself, because fuck them. Am I right, everybody? I'm right. So that's what we're doing today. Radio Rendell, Fluffy, Skywatcher, Bali, welcome in beneath the headphones. Weeshed, good to see you, 5G provider. Dio Fantos of Sweden, how's it going? Jigsaw Dust, John the Human, Belligerent, Lucy Kelly. The music is funky. Are you into it? Made by my good friend, Quiet and Peaceful Man, so feel free to get in about it. Subbing is not cringe, Gonzo. Subbing is class. Base Embrace is in with a wee bit of good news. Base Embrace says good news. The sun is shining today, and I got out for a big bike ride. I was out and I was sitting in the sun, and it felt good. Felt the sun on my skin as I had my morning coffee, and it felt good. Good news, sunny days and windows open. I should open some windows, really, shouldn't I? I should open some windows, get some air about the place. Ogden Blake, welcome in. Good news, got my washing drying outside because it's sunny again. Wallico, thanks very much for subbing. It's for 6 months, Wallico. Did you just sub for 6 months in the one go up front? Because thank you very much for doing that. And if that's the case, Wallico1, I think that means that you're a first-time subscriber on this channel. And if you're a first-time subscriber on this channel, you get some one-on-one eye contact. So, could everybody who isn't Wallico1 please look away now? Wallico, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for 6 months up front. That is ridiculous. Very, very generous. I hope you enjoyed your eye contact. Everybody, you can look back now. You can look back. You only get that one time. First time you sub here, you get some eye contact. Never again. Thank you very, very much for 6 months up front. And thanks very much, everybody, for the hype train. JCR Joe, thanks. Funkyman316, Arno Boko, Lucy Kelly, Fish Supper, Oatlands Raider, Deepad Chopra, Bowdy, and Caravore. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Welcome in. I will give you as good a stream as I possibly can give you. I think I need to open some windows, basically, get some warm, sunny air. It's rare the sun comes out in Scotland, and you need to basically make the best of it. Happy Bubble Day, everybody. Happy Bubble Day, Real Gonzo. What kind of pillow have you got? Got an orthopedic, like, special pillow thing that I got years ago because I've got a sore neck. And it worked great for a while. But, don't know. Waking up sore for no reason as age comes to us all. Nah, I injured my neck like twice when I was younger and never really got it properly seen to. And I think it's just that. I think I maybe did, some sort of damage when I was younger and it sort of healed. Anyway, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So I think of thingy. You missed Oatland Raider sub. Looks like it's only given Bubbles every second sub. Oatland Raider, thank you very much for subscribing. 20 months, here we go. Oatland Raider, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Bowdy, I got your sub. Who knows, man? Who knows? Let's keep an eye on the sub blasts. Bally says, still interested in the game? Aye, at least for the next wee bit. I can't be bothered printing it out. See the process of printing it out. I don't think I'll start that today. Because, I can be bothered. It will just require... It wouldn't be fun to stream. I'll need to sit on my laptop for a bit and stuff. But we'll do all the designing. So that'll be good. Not only are you right, but you're taking things from them that don't result in them no longer having the thing, so it's a victimless crime. Victimless crime. Also, it isn't even a crime, technically. So it's fine. It is prime mould battling weather. If you've got mould, air it out the day. Get all your mould aired out. Fluffy says it's been so sunny here. Windows have been open for a while. It's spring. Amazing. Do you know, I'm tempted to go a wee walk, but I can't go a wee walk because I'm streaming. And previously I would do outdoor streams, but it seems like the network coverage in my area is so bad now that you just can't do that. Paying the same amount of money. Anyway, hello Anna Realtor, welcome in, how's it going? Too many tombstones, sore neck, exactly. That's not going to work for me, brother. Aye, it's tombstone to fuck, man. Every day. Welcome in, Zabalbus, I hope everything's going alright for yourself. Carivore says, I've had multiple seized necks, pinched nerves, migraine triggering. This pillow is heavenly. What's it called? Get it in the chat, Carivore. Get it in the chat. So basically, I think one of my biggest issues is this is me being like good posture, my spine is straight, stuff like that, right? This is me using a computer. And just as I get to that angle, this bit in my neck's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I think it's just to do with that. I think my body is so weak and rubbish that I can't just simply... Because that's been, on this side, has been 3 months now. And then this side has been, over a year. I've just stopped worrying about that one because this is new. Anyway, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But if anybody's got any pillow options or whatever, Carivore, thank you very much. Nice wee Amazon. 23 quid. I'm up for trying 23 quid on this. Thank you, Carivore. I'll give that a wee shot. You mould sprayed yesterday, class stuff for Amazon. Amazing. Make sure you wear PPE with mould spray because it can mess you up. I know, Freddy. Freddy's all activated. Oh, hold on. I think we've got a postman. Nah, we're fine. Sorted. Hello, Exeldro. Welcome in. How's it going? Just get a wee delivery there. Hugh TV says, Twitch won't let me log in with the Brave browser. Weird. It's just Chrome. Also, home today with a sore neck, back issues. Gang, unite, maximum respect. Scoliosis gang, rise up as well. I had a problem yesterday. I was trying to watch, I think it was either B. Dolan or Cudder. Try to cast it to my telly. Wouldn't work. And then the other person that was streaming, whoever the opposite of that was, did work. So there you go. Anyway, it's sunny outside. The news here in Scotland is it's sunny. And it's quite rare that it's sunny. And I want my thing to work. Why is that not working? That might be the next project that we do. I've got a feeling that somewhere inside this, there is a capacitor that's on its last leg, or there are cold solder joints, because that shouldn't do that. I've not got any glitch effects applied to the output of this video file, and it seems to just be doing that. And I would really rather it didn't, because this cost me a lot of time and money to put together. Anyway, let's just turn it off for the time being. So, there we go. There we go. Finally fixed the JVC. Oh my god, what just happened there? 87 Roll Duke, thank you very much for a £5 on Ko-fi. Thank you very much, Roll Duke. What a legend. Thank you. Cheers. Right, I will try and make this stream as good as I possibly can for you, everybody. The postman pressed the Freddy button there, Anna Realtor. But it's good to have you all in. Every time I've seized my neck in the past 5 or 6 years has been workout related. Lateral rises with dumbbells, so never again. Well, I wonder if it's like a lack of muscle, because I've got very poor muscle mass. So I think I just need to like build as much muscle round about everything that I can. But then it's difficult to do that when everything's injured. So what am I supposed to do? Except come on to Twitch every day and complain about it. Am I right, folks? There we go. No Ko-Fi bubbles. That's always been the case, but I can do a manual bubble blast. I really appreciate that £5 on Ko-Fi. By the way, Roll Duke, thank you very much for that. And this is a bubble blast. And because you did it via Ko-Fi, I get every single penny of it, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Physio says my traps were overdeveloped somehow. Overdeveloped? That's cool. It's quite a compliment. Basically, bro, you are too muscular. Your traps are like... You're like, thank you very much. What is that? What happened there? I think Posty just come back. Sorted. Listen, thanks once again, everybody, for coming in. Ian says you're not wrong. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Okay, shall we jump straight back in? Let's jump straight back into it. And let's go for this. So, where do I start? Last night, I'll try and make this as quick as I can because a lot of you have already heard this spiel. Last night, I was watching a YouTube video with this guy, Mr. YouTube. And I was watching, he was playing, Freddy! He was playing a game. Oh, I might need to like go to the door. No, I think we're fine. So Johnny YouTube here. Hi everybody. Last night I was watching a video with my partner Rachel when we were trying to get to sleep, and it involved this guy here. You might know him, Tom Scott, and he was playing an ancient game that's over 4,500 years old with a guy that looks like Boffin Billy Connolly. This guy here, right? He's cool. Eccentric sort of guy. But basically this guy here has figured out the rules of a game that they dug up in what's now Iran. So they dug this game up, I think, some years ago. This is a replica, a reproduction. And Boffin Billy Connolly found this thing over here, which is like a slate tablet thing. Because apparently everybody played this game. It's a board game. Everybody played it. Everybody was into it. Everybody loved it, right? And it was very, very popular. Everybody. But we didn't know what the rules were. But we kept finding versions of it and stuff. Then, some other place, this thing was discovered that's got like cryptic sort of writing on it. Your Boffin guy read that writing, decoded it using his massive brain, and realised that the writing on this thing for a place that I don't know where it is was actually the rules for an advanced version of this game. On this bit here, they didn't even explain the basic rules of the game because they just assumed that whoever was going to be reading it would know what the basic rules of the game are. Anyway, so from the advanced set of rules, Boffin Lad figured out what the basic rules are, and basically, you've got pieces, your pal's got pieces, and you start off here at your side. They would start off there at their side. I suppose you can't see this. And you need to basically get to the end of the board without the other player taking your pieces. You need to get all your pieces from the start square through this centre aisle to out this bit here. And even though it's 4,500 years old, it seems very, very compelling because as you're playing it, even up until the very, very last minute, you don't know who's going to win. And people get quite angry over it. This is Rust from 4,000 years ago. People get very, very heated about this. And even watching these two guys play it, it looks cool, man. It looks cool. There's lots of room for like shithousery, shenanigans, banter, all of that sort of stuff. And all it is like a grid of squares, right? So this full video ends in him saying, well, if you want to buy a replica of this, you can do so from the British Museum. And I was like, all right, that's interesting. So I looked, and it turns out this isn't a Tom Scott video, this is a British Museum video. So this is like a big 25-minute spiel for buying a replica of this Mesopotamian game thing. So I went to the description, assuming there was going to be a link to the shop in the description, but there isn't. British Museum, see, if you're going to spend 25 minutes telling me to buy something, you better link me to it. Come on, British Museum, get your shit together. From 2017, you haven't got a link to the thing that you're selling. And this video's been seen 7.5 million times. British Museum, put a link to your merch in the description, British Museum, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so eventually, using my own ability, I went to the British Museum website. They've got a shop, and in the shop is, boom shakalaka, quite a nice looking replica set. And me and Rachel want to play this. I think it would be quite fun to play, right? However, guess how much that is? For like a wee sort of shitty looking, like a wee game of Ludo, you know? Guess how much that is for the British Museum website? Fucking 125 quid. Go fuck yourself, British Museum. Go fuck yourself, British Museum. 125 quid. Get wrecked, son. So, what I thought would be kind of fun to do is, in a lot of work that I do, quite often I'm comparing like ancient ideas with contemporary technology. You know what I mean? And that seems to be a theme in my work. So, for example, I'm using, AI agents to talk about various self-help ideas that are a few hundred years old. All of that sort of stuff. Won't go into other projects just now because I want to keep this fairly succinct. The Radiohead video, stuff like that, right? I tend to like to take old ideas and represent them with new technology. So, since this is 125 quid and they can swivel if they think I'm going to be paying that for it, I thought I would do what the British Museum tend to do. When they want artefacts and relics, they will just pinch it. They will just yoink and they will just take it. So what I'm going to do is go onto this website, and I believe there is dimensions here. Look at this. It's made out of MDF. It's made out of MDF. And what we're going to do is just take all the stuff. Here is like a drawing of the map of the game. We're just going to rebuild it. We're going to design it in Fusion 360, and then we're going to 3D print it. Job done. And the British Museum won't get a penny. And it's perfectly legal for me to do because nobody owns the copyright of this game because it's 4,500 years old. And that's what we're doing. Blonde Vagabond, thank you very much for resubscribing. Welcome in. How's it going? Blonde Vagabond. You're a legend. Welcome in. How's it going? Does that sound fun? That sounds like a good start to the stream, doesn't it? Mesopotamia. Aye, so the Irvin Finkel is what you call the haunted Billy Connolly guy. And he seems cool, man. Anyway, it's ancient Monopoly designed to start arguments. It looks like the game can get very heated and very sort of impassioned. So I'm looking forward to that. It is, apparently it's a wee bit like a simpler version of backgammon, Cheeky Nander. I think backgammon came after this. I don't know much about backgammon myself. Hugh TV says, have you seen the museums that charge €300 plus for low quality FDM prints of busks? In that context, it's priced fairly, but fuck them. In general, fuck the British Museum is the point that I was getting at, right? But understand, if you're a registered charity and you've got a merch shop, you want to rinse people. Well, you don't want to rinse people. You want to use that opportunity to make as much money as you can. You know, I don't know if the British Museum's a registered charity. I've actually done a wee bit of work for the British Museum in the past, so I don't want to say, well, I repeatedly have just said fuck them. I mean, that was 15 years ago. The chancey, it's no, anyway. British Museum, if you're still watching, I'll still do work for you, but you're not going to get me to do work for you. Anyway, all of this is a long roundabout way of saying bridges are well burnt, man, fuck them. Bridges nicked. Bally says, loving today's mug. Thank you very much. I don't have my current merch mug, but I really like this mug. Asda costs like $2.50. It's the best mug I own. I love it. Hello Nino, welcome in. How's it going? Loving today's bubble towel. Thank you. It's Twitch coloured. I put a lot of thought into it. I'm going to try and get an actual bubble towel that's the bubble print, because I think that would be good. But currently, to get that, it would need to be totally plain on one side. There's a wee leaf on this bubble towel. It would need to be white on one side, and so it would look a bit cheap, I think. I'm going to try and order one and see what it's like. Okie dokie. Museums should charge entry. I mean, there's a lot in that, Terrible Clint. I think ultimately it goes back to tax, right? Taxes should pay for museums and stuff, but right now all our tax is paid on like other things that really don't benefit us. Libraries and museums and culture and galleries and all of that are very, very affordable, but the people in charge choose not to spend money there, and that's what's up. That's what's up. And so they rely on charity to do the job that our taxes would have done if they've been spent correctly. Don't get me started on all of that, because I'm already red hot. Anyway, Real Gonzo, we cannot call for arson in the Twitch chat because I might go to jail. B. Sani says, I stole from the British Museum shop and it felt very fitting, and may I say ethical. I can't comment on promoting or encouraging crime in the Twitch chat either, B. Sanis. So no comment. How robust was the copyright law back in ancient Mesopotamia? Could there be trouble ahead? Imagine the ghosts of ancient Mesopotamians. Imagine the ancient ghost guys are like, here you, we invented that, man. You us fucking 80%. A human alien says, I don't know if we're still doing good news. We're definitely doing good news. Recently found out I am gluten intolerant. That's bad news. Gluten's great, man. Which is an explanation as to why I've been feeling unwell. Got you. That's quite good. That's good news. But good news is I know what has been wrong with me. That is brilliant, a human alien. Sorry for making light of it. See, when you've been ill for a long time and you're just searching for that thing, what is it? Is it my thyroid? Is it this? Is it that? Is it whatever else? So there you go. So if you made adjustments and stuff, or I don't fully know, I think you just cut out gluten into it, but I think you can, is there medication that goes along, or some other treatment that goes along with that as well? And if so, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Is it like a night and day sort of thing? How messed up is it in the world, right, that still people suffer for years with something that should have been flagged sooner, you know? That's wonderful news, a human alien. Best coffee mug I have is from Wilco's. Maximum respect to Wilco's. Rezla, thanks for the hydrate. I don't have any water in, but I'll just drink coffee, which I don't think hydrates you. Hello, Hamilton Bone, welcome in. How's it going? Anna Realta is looking for a new Hoover. Anna Realta is asking if they should go for a Henry Hoover. I've never used a Henry Hoover. Do you have pets in your new flat? Because a Dando recommendation was the Shark Hoover. I think they're a wee bit more expensive, but see, for cutting through pet hair, night and day. Night and day. Hello, B. Dolan, welcome in. Cheap Bubble Towel, the new LP from Bad Faith Actors. I hope somebody's writing these down. We should create a book. Serious, we should make a book of proposed LP titles or album titles or track titles. How's it going, Dolan? Welcome in, man. Dolan, your stream yesterday was great. And I wish we lived closer because I'd like to just talk to you about stuff, man. Nino says, I'm a connective tissue disorder, has an average diagnosis time of 7 to 10 years. Jesus Christ. That's fucked up, man. Henry spends more time rolling around than hoovering. Well, listen, at the end of the day, if you're in the vacuum cleaner buying field, this isn't going to work. I'm taking far too long. At the end of the day, if you're going to buy a Hoover, just remember this. They all suck. Final Processing, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. I appreciate your Prime sub. Final Processing, thank you very much for doing that. It was good, man. I used to work in Curry's, and somebody said that, and he got a disciplinary for it. I used to work in Curry's. I would sell you tellies and stuff. I did this in high school when I had dreadlocks. Made me tuck my shirt in and stuff. I was a funny shaped laddie as well. And one of my colleagues was speaking to a customer, and she was looking at the Hoovers, the vacuum cleaners, and she's like, well, will I go for that one or will I go for that one? And he's like, at the end of the day, they all suck. And he got a disciplinary for it. Anna Realty says, no pets, and it's not so big, but carpets. I love carpets, man. I'm glad your new house has got carpets. Carpets are essential in Scotland. I couldn't offer you an informed opinion, Anna Realta, but if anybody's got good vacuum cleaner recommendations for a new house or a new flat that doesn't have any pets, carpets, and it's not so big, please feel free to stick it in chat. What I would insist on is that nobody buys a Dyson. Fuck Dyson. The guy's got bad ethics. The design's really bad. They're horrible to repair. Just bad. See the company Dyson? Bad stuff. Stay away from them. Don't buy their fans. Don't buy their Hoovers. Just fuck Dyson and your badness. Bad. But I don't know about anything else. A Human Alien says, yeah, cut out gluten, which is sad because I like cakes. How good are cakes? Only day one, so we will see, but it's good to have an answer. Apparently a lot of people go undiagnosed. Jesus Christ, a Human Alien. That's very exciting though, day one. All the very best with it. I'm quite interested. Somebody must be writing them down. Aye, let's just assume somebody's writing them down. I suffer from rosacea. No cure. It's not a serious affliction, but it can be painful with breakouts. It's a skin thing, I'd assume. And also create anxiety due to concern about appearance. All the very best with that, Ian McLeod. My friend, there's a guy that I know, and for the longest time, all throughout art school, he was like a friend of somebody that I went to art school with, but he had like bad acne, like really very, very bad acne. And he didn't like it, you know, it affected him in a lot of different ways and whatever. And then just one day it cleared up. And it was just constant. It wasn't seasonal or what, seasonal, you know what I mean? It didn't come in waves or whatever. And chatting to the guy, like it was a serious condition. It looked sore. It looked painful. And one day it cleared up, and I said to him, like, I hope you don't mind me saying, but you're looking great and you seem a lot healthier and stuff. What's the deal? Turns out, right, and if I didn't know him, I wouldn't really believe it, but turns out he is allergic to all fruit and vegetables. And so he went to some treatment place. They found that out. And the way his allergy would manifest would be on his face. His skin would just break out in a rash. So it turns out it wasn't acne. It was an allergy response to every fruit and vegetable. So, because he'd been through everything before that, he'd studied all the ingredients and various, bathroom products, shower gel, shampoos. For years, he was trying to get to the bottom of this. And all he had to do was not ever eat a fruit or vegetable ever again. And his skin cleared up and he's doing great. But it just made me think, like, how many people are suffering and all that needs to be done is just like one very slight change. But they don't know what that is, It's messed up, man. So I'm glad it worked out for him. Mary Biscuit says, I have 4 cats and a shark and it's pretty good. Aye, and what make and model is your vacuum cleaner? Mary Biscuits. Oh, Mary Biscuits is wonderful to see you in. And I don't think I've spoke to you about, I very much enjoyed watching you compete against Balmer on that quiz thing. That was great. Well done to everybody who put that together. Avgas says, I just wanted you guys to know that every 10:30 stream makes me smarter, very beneficial. Also, the humour is top shelf. Happy Thursday. Avgas, thank you very much for saying so. Here, check this out, man. Terrible Clint, welcome in. Base Embrace says, on the subject of vacuum cleaners, fuck Dyson, the rubbish. Aye. Totally agree. Dolan says, Picklebee sent me some info on how to get this Scottish immigration ball rolling. Give me a couple of years. Cool. I'm sure I know somebody that you can marry. I mean, you are very happily... I think you're married. You're in a happy relationship and all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, we need to get you to Scotland, really. I think you could probably get in... There's a special clause where if you can provide a service that nobody else in the world can, then you're allowed to come in and live here. It's harder now that we're not in the EU, and Cater Cakes, if Kate is in chat, will be able to talk to you about, because she has just recently emigrated. However, she was marrying in to Lost Fella. They both fell in love on my Minecraft server back in the day, and I've still got a backup. Oh, here, Dolan, actually, that's a point. I wonder if it would be possible, because Dolan's got a Minecraft server. I've got a backup of a house that Kate and Lost Fella built on my Minecraft server ages ago. And I think he proposed to her in this house in Minecraft. And I think I've got it somewhere. So it'd be nice to like transplant it somewhere else so that it can live on and people can see it. Anyway, I'm about 5 tangents deep. At the end of the day, Dolan, just move to Scotland, man. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Thank you very much for listening to me. A few of us had new album title patter for years. Some folks said it got old, weirdos. Well, aye. I mean, aye. I'd quite like the Bad Faith Actors thing. I don't even know how it started. Can I have my $5 back? No. Bad Faith Actors channel in Discord, maybe? I don't know. It might stop being funny if we actually have a dedicated Discord channel for it. It would be great if we could go through and search previous Twitch chats, but I don't think there's a Twitch API for doing so. Anyway, you fucking love this place? Amazing, Anna Realty. That is class. Very, very happy for you. How good is, like, moving out of a bad place? Especially if you're moving into a good place. And that might seem really basic on the surface of it, but whenever you live... I've lived in some bad flats in my life, and I haven't realised how poor it was affecting me until I'd moved out. It's like night and day, man. It's incredible. Aye. So there are lots of Hoover recommendations in chat. I can't talk to you about Hoovers. I don't really know. My sister said they stayed in a place with Dyson fans and they were fucking shit. Aye, Dyson fans are bad. They're like, oh, it's a bladeless fan. It isn't a bladeless fan. See, if you open it up, you see blades inside. It's a lie. Also, the Dyson guy supported Brexit and then moved all his money away, and he's like a Tory scumbag guy. Badness. Just avoid Dyson. Badness. Remember, every pound you spend is a vote. Don't vote for guys like him. I accidentally ordered a gluten-free pizza from Pizza Hut recently, and it was actually quite nice. Worth a try. There you go, a human alien. You can get pizzas down you. Amazing. I wish, like, see if I won the lottery tomorrow, I would just go for every test. I would go to Bupa or some elite Bupa private place. Just be like, okay, I want a full CAT scan, head to toe, please. Look in here, look in here, look there. Pretty sure if you look there, you'll find something. And just go and get all seen. I would love that. Anyway. We should says, what, no chips? I don't really know if chips count as a vegetable. Magni was cured with massive doses of vitamin D in the 80s at a private doctor's. Interesting, Terrible Clint. Cool. Carvo, you missed a quiz. Mary Biscuits v Balmer. It was sensational, and it was on Taft's channel. Sensational. Nino says, I'm accidentally giving up caffeine at the moment. You're accidentally giving it up? Having raging tonsillitis and feeling grim. I'm actually interested to see what difference it might make to me overall. All the very best with that, Nick Nil. Tonsillitis can mess you up, especially if it gets into your ears and not like the pain. Streamer and ex-pro Overwatch League player Seagull discovered that he would get acne from milk. He was away for 2 weeks and all he had was organic milk. That's how he found out. That's interesting, isn't it? Alexis Max says, every fruit and vegetable. That's wild. My pal just found out they were very sensitive to fructose, which is in tons of stuff. As far as I remember, it was every fruit and vegetable. Or at least enough of them for him to just shorten it when he was telling me to every fruit and vegetable. However, his life then became a lot harder because how do you eat things that don't have any fruit or vegetables in them? Like if you're going out to a restaurant or whatever, you know, need to like find your own stuff. I mean, there are obviously worse conditions in terms of lack of choice, you know, dietary things that people need to go through every day. But it was a trade-off that he was glad to have discovered. Nino says, if any Americans would like out, I'm available. Don't really give a shit if we spend time together. My mum would stop nagging me. Nino, please don't try and solicit marriages in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much. And everybody else, nobody marry Nino, right? Don't use marry each other. Because if it goes wrong or whatever, that'll be my fault. And that's too much responsibility for me, right? But, in fact, fuck it. Marry Nino. Go for it. I'm no having anything to say. It's none of my business who you marry. There we go. Nino, marry Llama. Although I don't think either of you are American. And so therefore you won't be able to emigrate. Somebody marry Llama. Right. I'm not ending the stream until somebody marries Llama. Do you know, I used to be an ordained minister. So for a short time, they changed it. But for a short time, I could legally marry people. In Scotland, at least. Maybe not in the rest of the UK. I filled in a thing online. Cost me, I think, 175 quid. And I was going to marry my sister. Not me, like marry my sister to the person that she eventually married. We weren't actually going to do it, but it was a wee thought that we had. But it turns out you can't marry your own family. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I wasn't going to marry my sister. I was going to ordain a wedding of my sister and her partner. At no point was I going to marry. Calm down, chat. Delete the VOD. That's it. You need to delete the VOD. It's all fucked. So that's that. But Kate, I don't think Kate's in. Kate sometimes comes in around about this time of day. Are you still ordained? As far as I know, I don't have anything to show for it. I maybe get an email. Don't know. Speaking of Llama, I've got a pal that I think you'd be right into. And I think they'd be right into you as well. But they live in Glasgow. And I've not spoke to them for about 10 years since I left an old job. But I spoke to Rachel, and Rachel's like, they would be fucking brilliant. And I'm like, I know. So we were both getting quite excited about shipping yous together, even though they've no idea who you are, and you've got no idea who they are. But Rachel and I were getting both very, very excited. You don't marry my dad, Llama. You wouldn't. No, getting into that. I've got plans for you. Don't worry. I've got a good one. Anyway, let's stop talking about things. So what we're going to do today is recreate a board game that's 4,500 years old. I'm going to steal it from the British Museum shop, because fuck them. And then we're going to print it out, and it's going to be great. First, I would like to get to the bottom of the chat. Nocturnal, I'm not playing your game. I don't play games here usually. Unless it's like banter games with a group of people. If anybody's thinking about marrying anybody, consider Irish people, right? Cause they will then give you a route into the EU. And for a lot of them, their partner's pretty good as well. So just consider the Irish for anybody who's looking for a spouse. That's my top tip. Was it the Church of Blow? I could make up my church name. This is when I was very young. This was on the early internet, so I made up the church name. And I was so young that I think I made up the Church of like Cheese or something like that. It was just lame, but it was a real website, like .uk.gov or something like that. I'm very single and looking for an EU passport. Any offers? Listen, I think I could make some cash trying to arrange marriages between yous lot in order to circumvent international borders and stuff. Should I create a website in order to facilitate sham marriages between a group of people so as that folk can emigrate? I think I should do that. I think that would be a wonderful thing to do for the world. I'm willing to marry someone in exchange for a massive lump sum of money. Need to emigrate, give us a shout. Brilliant. It's not illegal. I don't think it surely isn't illegal. Add it as a project to your website, I will. Marrying your sister in the hairdressing is normal. I never married my sister. I'm going to regret saying that, innit? Deary me. Have you seen Repro 1030? You need to go on it. Is that the game that everybody was playing last night? Aye, I was in chat. I'm into it. Give us a shout. Anytime anybody's playing a group game like that, give us a shout. Unless it's PUBG, I don't particularly like PUBG. But next time you're firing that up, if you've got a spot, I'm in, man. I'm in like Flynn. It's a wee bit like Lethal Company, isn't it? It seems to be the thing that folk are doing. I don't know how keen the Irish are on Brits in general, though. Big Scary Deer, please don't identify us as Brits. I know technically we are, but we're trying to do things. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, Basenbury says, exploiting us Irish again, are we? No, because if you think about it, like, what you're getting out of it is... Fuck. Aye, fuck, I'm just exploiting you. Aye, I'm as good as them. I'm as bad as them. Fuck, you're right. You're right. This is colonialism in action. Still. I was learning about Spain's immigration situation this morning. Spain seems an easy way to get into Europe also. Good to know. Very good to know. Why was I thinking about Spain recently? Who knows, man? Who knows? But I think facilitating sham marriages would be a great use of my time. Turns out if you're rich enough as well, you can just pay money and you get citizenship. But a lot of people can't do that. Half Awake says, I'm in Wales, so no EU route, but can show you the secret dragons. I can show you some secret dragons. Ow. Sorry about that. I need to go to the doctor for my neck. That was like, it's totally gone now, but for about 2 seconds there, the pain was like 10 out of 10. So on the pain chart, bang, 10 out of 10. And then after 2 seconds, gone. I think I've done something to a vertebrae here. It's always the same bit. You don't care. I'm going to just try and no-sell it. But my God, man. And as quickly as the pain comes, it just goes away again. I've had this now for about 2 months. I need to get that fixed. Dolan cares, aye. I feel like a fucking dick sitting here with B. Dolan listening to me. And I'm going, oh, my neck is sore. Dolan's like, is it, mate? Aye. Is it? Sure. In the words of Wu-Tang, ignore that shit. Des N says, I wasted my marriage and used it for someone I'm quite fond of. They come with no route to the EU. I needed this advice years back. Sorry about that, Des N. Sorry that you're in a loving relationship that doesn't give you any sort of material benefit. Anyway, for everybody that's unfamiliar, Dolan has had very serious surgery on his neck and back, like life-changing sort of stuff. And I'm sitting here like, oh, my poor wee neck. Anyway, hello, Horrible David, welcome in. My one tip for this new venture is to not refer to them as sham marriages to people. This is why I need you in, Horrible David. Horrible David, you're in charge of marketing the sham marriage venture. If you're into it. Use me like a mirror showing you the reason to make an appointment. The thing is, though, like, our healthcare systems are different and flawed in different ways. And any time I've went to the doctor about anything, they're like that, fuck off, though. We're really busy. And I'm like, I've waited years before I made the appointment because, you know, you've got a lot on and you're underfunded. So I'd only come if I'm desperate and I'm in the middle of a situation right now. They're like, I fuck off though. Just go away until it's better. Elvis costume helps. All right. So I would need to go, well, I wouldn't need to go private, but like they will offer me, is it propranolol? Not propranolol, tramadol. They'll offer me tramadol and they'll tell me to go away until it gets better. And tramadol's fun, but it can be too fun sometimes. Speaking of bad faith actors, I did originally start an EP with my mate Tony called Tramadol Nights. And then, in fact, no, Tramadol Nights was a Frankie Boyle thing. What was the Tramadol thing that we put together? Tramadol Nights was Frankie Boyle. This one was Tramadol something. But that was like circa 2003, I think, is when me and my mate Tony would play music, would feed a guitar into Ableton Live, and he would use a hash pipe on the fretboard and just like this for a long time with delays on it, and it would just get weird and freaky, and it sounded great. And then the next morning would wake up really excited to hear it, and we would hit play and it would just be like, oh, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, this is the worst thing. Is that, have you got all the settings? Aye, all the settings. It's exactly as I haven't touched it. Don't let anybody else hear that. I know why. Let's just delete that. And so the music doesn't exist anymore. Can we call them prank marriages? Aye. That's good. That's good. Don't hug Dolan is what I remember. You can hug Dolan. Don't slap fuck out the back of his neck like that, because he doesn't like that. Special happy authentic marriage, acronym SHAM. I love it, big scary dear. Horrible David, you are now no longer needed as the marketing executive of the Sham Marriage organisation. Big scary dear, congratulations, you've just been promoted, big scary dear. My real wife trademark. Dear me. Oh, here, speaking about like dodgy international things, did you see that I don't like to talk about these people on my stream, but did you see that there's a good likelihood that Andrew Tate might get executed in Florida? I don't like talking about these controversial people because like they'll do antagonistic stuff just so that people talk about them. The more we talk about them, the more it sort of feeds all their big shite, right? I don't like the death penalty. I think the death penalty is a bad idea, right? However, Andrew Tate and his brother is in Romania and he was going to get done there. So he's in a jail and he was going to go to prison. Please, somebody correct me on these facts, right? So if you're writing an essay, don't quote this. I read a headline, and it might all be bullshit because I read it on the internet. Donald Trump did a thing, went in, did some politics, so that Andrew Tate and his brother are no longer going to continue getting criminally processed in Romania. They're coming over to America to do so. And for whatever reason, it has to be in Florida. However, if he gets done in Florida for underage stuff, because he's done a lot of bad stuff, right? But underage stuff in Florida can get you the death penalty. And that is at the discretion of the state and not the country. Which means that if we get a judge in Florida that's up for a bit of banter, down to one person, and they can choose whether or not to execute Andrew Tate and his brother, and see if that happened, and if all of that stuff is correct. And I don't know if it is, man, because the internet. All I'm saying is that would be quite funny. Like, that would be good. For a wee while, he would eventually maybe become a martyr and all of that, and there'd be folk with flags with his face on it and all this shit. But, like, that would just be quite funny. Especially because it's like out of the frying pan into the fire. He thought Trump was going to rescue him, but for whatever reason, because of laws and stuff like that, he's actually fucked it even more. Again, like, look into this before you believe any of it, because the more I'm speaking about it, the more I'm very aware I've no idea about the actual facts or whatever. Because when I'm reading about this stuff, as soon as his name pops up, I kind of glaze over. I just don't want in. It's like ad block. You know what I mean? See, if you're on the internet and you see an ad over here, you're just like, I'm not even like that. So any of these controversial figures, anytime they're in the news or whatever, I'm just like, I'm not even, don't look at them. If you ignore them, they'll go away. So it's exciting. It's exciting that he'll maybe get killed. Is a private physio evaluation wild expensive? Well, I went to the physio £50 ago, right? And I went for something like 10 weeks for this shoulder. Gave me all the exercises, did all the stuff, and I've still got a really bad shoulder. Like, it hasn't helped. I don't think he got to the bottom of whatever it was. So that's £500 in with no benefit. So what did I do? Just keep going back. And every time I went back, all he was doing was like, so have you been doing your exercises? And I'm like, aye. And he's like, well, here's another one to try. I'm like, okay. Like, he wasn't really going in. And so, I mean, I think he was doing his job and stuff. I don't think I got a bad physio. I think I just really need a scan. I need somebody to look at it, figure out what's up, make some decisions for there. Anyway, Mr. Mediocrity, how's it going? Thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. How's it going? Keep on keeping on, making AI clones of myself so I don't need to talk to any of my workmates. Amazing, Mr. Mediocrity. I did the opposite of that. I find it difficult to speak to colleagues and workmates and stuff, especially over the phone, which is why I've made AI friends, and I can phone up and I can rehearse speaking to people over the phone with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and it's working really good for me. Mr. Mediocrity, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. What's even happening? Nino says, anytime doctors do that follow-up by an email, ask them to note that they said no and what the reasons are. Got me a bunch of things I'd have had to fight for otherwise. Interesting. That's interesting, Nino. A big question in the UK NHS as well is they will say, how is this affecting your day-to-day life? And as an autistic person, I've had to come up with different ways of accommodating for various, like, many things in day-to-day life. And so I'm really good at, if something's being an issue, I will make accommodations. Those accommodations can look quite eccentric sometimes to an outsider. So if an NHS doctor says, how is this affecting your day-to-day life? I will usually answer truthfully and I'll say, well, not so much now because I've made these accommodations. I'll only do this sort of work, I'll only do that, and so that's that. So on their thing, they'll just put that, because obviously they've only got so much resources to spend on you as a patient, right? So on their form, if they then write, well, it isn't affecting his day-to-day life because he's worked around it, you know what I mean? That will give you less priority in getting some of those resources that you've paid for via tax. So anytime they ask, like, how is this affecting your day-to-day life? Answer in, the worst case scenario. So as if you haven't made those modifications or whatever. Obviously don't lie, but there's a completely different art in being able to speak to a person, but you're not really speaking to a person, you're speaking to a forum. And it's about knowing all of that. And that's kind of fucked up, because if you're in the situation where you have to speak to a doctor, typically ill people are sort of vulnerable and stuff in general. So having to think in multiple layers and navigate all of that sort of stuff can be really shite. So maximum respect to anybody who's doing all of that sort of stuff. Carvo says, I got my appendix out and my doc still stood by his dismissal of years of issues. Mental. Absolutely mental. Beds make a lot of difference. Aye. Totally. Bally says doctors in Scotland are fucking shite. I don't think they are. I think doctors in Scotland are really good. They're just underused because of a lack of resources. We've got a lot of doctors who are fully qualified and not in a job, and we're no hiring them for some reason. I don't know what's going on, man. I went to the live work in progress show for Tramadol Nights at the Stand back in the day. It was absolutely hilarious on stage. Dynamite. I used to do a wee bit of work with Robert Florence. I think he was in that. We made an EP once after we got a bunch of opium and had to destroy the computer it was on. I don't let anybody hear that. It would be cool to release it under a pseudonym or something like that. Anyway. Solidarity. It is a union job. Aye, fair enough. Horrible David, you're back in. Fluffy says, no, but seriously though, if two members of your chat fell in love, are you available for weddings? I would need to double check that I'm ordained. Also, I don't think I would do it good. I don't think I would be very good. Like, it would be a laugh for me to be like, hey, aye, that's funny, let's do that, ha ha ha. But then actually going through with it and stuff, I think I'd be shite. But sure. Depends on your budget, but sure. The way to get pills off your doctor is tell them how much you don't like taking them. Aye. If the doctor suggests a course of Tramadol, don't start rubbing your hands. Oh yes, Tramies, man. Don't say that, because then they'll go, oh, right, maybe I'll just keep these. Anyway. Tramadol's alright, but it gets boring quite quickly, and it's really easy to use recreationally. I don't do anything like that anymore, though, obviously. Nino says Florida are fuming about it generally, which is saying something given the state of affairs. I don't know too much about it all. I just raised my eyebrow when I realised they might actually kill him. Thought it would be good. But I don't know too much about it. Went to my GP with a trapped nerve, if that's what it is, and the doctor sorted it out there and then. What, just by like some like manipulation or what? Roy of Sunshine? That sounds cool. They also passed a law that says Trump is the ultimate arbiter of what is law. I don't know. But then, I'm a wee bit behind the chat. Isn't the state thing? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry for bringing up that Ian, because he's a bad Ian. I've argued with so many Tate Bro Sigma gonks last year, so I'm going to try and find those threads again. Haven't met anybody in real life that supports them. Obviously, we don't wish death on anyone, but sometimes the gods have a sense of humour. Exactly, Augenblick. Would be a laugh, isn't it? Mr. Mediocrity, once again, thanks very much for the sub. It's tricky to know when to ignore these arseholes and when to shine a light on them. Exactly, Mary Biscuits. Exactly. I think for me, I mean, there's different, like, when you're reading the news and stuff like that, you need to protect your mental health. So, ever since around about 9/11, news changed to stuff that's like breaking, immediate, news, 24/7 news. This is your news all the time. Charlie Brooker did a good bit on this. Whereas previously, like, we didn't have too much news. If something happened in Germany, you might find out about it like 2 days later or something. You would read the headline, you'd be like, all right, or wherever. Whereas now, you like scrolling and all of that sort of stuff. And if you look at the Adam Curtis stuff, like, it can put us in a state of oh dearism. Oh, this bad guy's doing stuff. Oh no, and this stuff's happening. Oh fuck, and this over here's happening. These people have got horrible stuff happening to them. Jesus God, no fuck. So before you're out of bed, you're just reading all this horrible stuff in the world. And I often struggle with this, and I speak about it on stream quite a bit. Like, I want to be a socially responsible member of the world. I want to be a citizen that kind of knows what's going on. But there is a line between wallowing in despair and feeling like a cog in this mechanism or this machine of like revenue and ad clicks and fear mongering and all of that sort of stuff. There's a line between that and being socially responsible and socially aware. But a wee while ago, what I tried to do, any time that I thought that somebody was just being artificially inflated and somebody was being promoted by this algorithm, which is what I thought, like that Andrew Tate guy, fucking the guy that cries, he eats meat. What do you call him? He said that a dragon is real or something like that. What do you call the guy? Him? Andrew something like that. Yes, there we go. He was getting heavily promoted. Here's why you should hate him. Here's 15 reasons why. And I'm on the feed and I spotted it early. And so because of that, anytime I see his face, to the point that I couldn't remember his name there, I'd block the guy, man. I'm just like, they're trying to get me riled up about this guy. They're trying to get me to pick a side. Fuck that. I'm exempt. I'm going to sit this one out. It seems like a tool. That's all I need to know. I'm exempt. He's actually coming to Glasgow, or has just been in Glasgow. If anybody fancies going to see him, I won't be there. But I've heard there might be a protest organised round about it. So for the same reason that Andrew Tate thing, I'm just like, I don't want to read about this guy because it'll rustle all my jimmies. And what can I do? However, if he was a bit close to home, so Mary Biscuit says it's tricky to know when to ignore these arseholes and when to shine a light on them. If he was a bit closer to home, or if he was in my sphere of influence, then I'd be on it and I'd be paying more attention. President Muffley, I'm waiting on a bubble blast, but there's a delay, so I need to just sit here. Did the bubble blast not fucking fire? What is going on with these bubble blasts? I just did a manual blast there, it didn't fire. Oh, here it goes. I'm going to get 2 now, aren't I? President Muffley, thank you very much for resubbing. Thanks for the 44 months. Here, rustle these, Jimmy's, consider them rustled. But for cunts like Andrew Tate, I think we should bring back the trebuchet. Do you think we could build a trebuchet so big that it fires cunts into space? I think maybe. Something is amiss here because I should be getting heavy bubble blasted. And I'm not. So let's close and reopen StreamerBot. Because right now StreamerBot says that there's only one person watching me and it's President Muffley. So let's close StreamerBot and let's reopen it. Right here, you deserve a bubble blast. I'm going to give you a manual blast in just a second. But what happened at the start of the stream is I sat down and went to start up my computer, but turns out my computer was just on sleep from the last night's stream. And so, it's still only saying, I don't think I'm fully connected to Twitch within StreamerBot. I might need to upgrade StreamerBot. Event sub. It's not connecting to event sub. Ack will figure it out, but I think it might be a problem there. Thanks for testing it out right here. Here's your manual blast. I appreciate the bits right here. Thank you very much. But in conclusion, I think we should trebuchet the cunt into space. I think that's the solution. Anyway. I saw a great massage therapist in Glasgow who seemed to know their stuff when I was up there visiting. Happy to pop the info on Discord. Nino, that would be wonderful. Thanks for that. Thank you very much for that. Jordan, aye. I've visited Jordan, if it's the same guy. He was great. He was like a wee guy. And then Rachel is also... I wonder if he's still kicking about. That would be great. I should go back to him. He was actually quite good. Gary says, this is the problem with musculoskeletal stuff. What's wrong with you is you need to do those exercises and you fix them by doing the exercises for a while. A scan won't change that, sadly. Well, Gary Black, my physio was saying that he was surprised that I haven't had any improvement. So he's now doubting his original assessment and he's saying that I might need surgery. So he's offering an ultrasound scan and a steroid injection into my shoulder, but that'll be about 200 quid. And it might not fix the thing that's wrong with my shoulder, and I might need further treatment, which will cost more money. So if I need to get a CAT scan or an MRI or something like that, it would be over $1,000. And that's just to see what the issue is. So I'm just like, fuck. Like, I've got other things wrong with me as well. I've got other stuff that's arguably worse. So it is what it is. Fluffy says, NHS cheat code, tell them it's affecting your sex life and you want a baby, they will fall over backwards to help. Interesting, Fluffy. Cool. Cressy says, oh here, what do you think of this? My manager has started to communicate with me on Teams and email with an AI generated stuff, can spot it a while off and put it in a filter to check, like even when it comes to feedback on my work. I think in the future, Cressy, it'll all just be AI, all communication between humans. So your manager will be using AI to email you. You will be using AI to read that email and give you an audio of what it says. You will speak back to that AI. It will compose a reply email for your manager. When your manager receives that email, they will use AI to just condense it down. I think the future is AI agents communicating on behalf of all of us. I think for a lot of people have got trouble writing and expressing themselves and stuff. So I think there could be merit to that. Like if there's somebody who, what I just described as a worst case scenario, but there are people who are great at their job, but are bad at communication. Or maybe some of their communication comes across as standoffish or accusatory or whatever. So I know somebody that before they send every work email, they'll put it through this AI tool that says, right, that sentence there seems a bit hostile or caustic, blah, blah, blah. And so I can see benefit of that. I also saw somebody built an AI tool for, there was like a painter and decorator that they knew, and the guy just couldn't write emails, but could do the job really well. And so this AI tool now sorts out facilitating all the appointments and all of that, and he seems to be using it and it's fine. So, but we are living in a Black Mirror episode, unfortunately. Little Peanut, I do have a Discord. If you do !Discord, you should be able to find it. Thanks very much for the new people coming in. Holy shit, have I got 291 viewers? Thanks, everybody. It's been a long time. Sorry, I shouldn't... Top tip to any streamers, don't mention how many viewers are watching, because as soon as you say the number out loud, you lose about 20. Because people go, oh no, I'm being observed, and they don't like being observed, and they'll close the tab. 297, see? Just lost one person. 294, see? I told you. Never say the number out loud. But thanks very much for being in, folks. I had rotator cuff issues for over 25 years. Exercise is the only answer as you get older, as in over 30. It's fucked, innit? Hello, Aditya, welcome in. See, I've got a thing that I was going to the doctor for since I've been 14 years old, been going to the doctor for various back pain and stuff. And when I realised he was at it was the day. So ever since I was going when I was younger, it was like, well, you know, you're too young for it to be anything serious, you know. So don't worry. Like, eventually what it is will mend itself and you'll be all right. You're a young, healthy laddie. Everything's all right. And then I would leave it 5 years and I would go back. And then I would leave it 5 years and I would go back. And the last time I went back to speak about it, do you know what he said? Well, you're getting older now, and so these aches and pains are to be expected. Go fuck yourself, man. This is the same ache and pain I've had since I was 14 years old. Stop fobbing me off. But I've got a lot of respect for doctors, and obviously because of politics and stuff like that, the NHS is in a position where they're just fucked, man. So maximum respect to anybody who's actually going through anything serious, you know. But it is what it is. The Chin Kills, thank you very much for resubbing on Amazon Prime. Thank you very much for doing that. Maximum respect to you. Thank you. Well deserved sub. Cheers. This is exactly what I did when filling out the adult disability payment forms for my ADHD. Help guarantee getting the help I needed. Via AI, completely, totally. If anybody is finding benefit of using these tools, like, absolutely go for it, man. Life's hard enough without struggling for no reason at all. Phrase it like, I can only continue to work because I've had to do X, Y, Z, but it's very limiting. That's a good shout, Nino. That's a good shout. It feels like lying to the doctor, but if you really don't do it, you're lying to yourself. Aye. Everybody likes to be sort of proud and, you know, I can get by and I can do this and I can do that. But when whatever you're going through is like the worst case, and like when you're awake at, you know, 5:30 and it feels like you're the only person in the world, and it can get, like, being ill can get quite lonely and miserable as well. You know what I mean? There's psychological aspects to it and everything else. So it's hard, it's difficult to, what's the word? Like, vouch for yourself. What's the word? To advocate. Anyway. Chin Kills, thank you very much for resub and welcome in. Speaking to a medical professional can be intimidating too, and end up playing it down even though I made the effort to make an appointment and be there and talk to someone about whatever the issue is. Aye. 100%. Welcome in a little peanut and welcome in Harold Spark. Found you and suggested, could you try creatine monohydrate and strengthen muscles around the neck, back, shoulder? I had an injury in the lower back leg and it helped after the PT didn't resolve. Harold, that's a great point. I did buy creatine and I was taking creatine for a few weeks and just stopped doing it. But you're right, I need to get back into that. I definitely need to put on more muscle mass, but it's difficult to do when both, well, my shoulder and my neck's ruined, man. I was told for almost 12 years my almost an inch veins were a cosmetic issue before I had my blood clot. Then I was scheduled for the surgery within a month. It's fucked, innit? Back on the SSRIs, I've already got Fusion fired up. Fusion is sitting there ready to go. I've had to bring my toddler to the GP and speech clinic in Ireland, and there seems to be a growing acknowledgement of neurodivergence, at least amongst the younger doctors we've spoken to. I mean, I was going to say that's good news, but that should just be expected, isn't it? I've heard, so an ex-partner of mine was Irish, and so that gave me a look into the Irish medical system, and it can be really messed up, and a bit dated. I've literally got a few hundred tramadol and 30 milligrams of codeine, and I'm sick of them after last month. I am very glad I'm out of that now. I used to Can't really go into detail. But I used to extract codeine from other pills so that I could take more for recreational benefit. And it kind of fucked me up for a wee while because it's like opiates, man. Got right into that for about a year and had to sort of slowly reverse. So I need to be careful around about opiates and stuff. And thankfully I haven't been about that for a long time. But that can fuck you up. That can fuck you up more than whatever you were taking the pills for. Anyway, Dawn says, I recently had a stand-up joke about how all the podcasts dedicated to bringing back the alpha male are sponsored by boner pills, and I can't stop thinking about it. I think you might be right. How easy would it be to just be a grifter? Just to decide, fuck everybody. I'm just going to be a grifter. Hello, Fox Comedy. Welcome in. How's it going? See if you could just decide to shut down, like, the ethical side of your brain. Just decide to grift people. Life would get quite easy, wouldn't it? Rhymenoceros, welcome in. How's it going? Afternoon, man. A wee bubble blast. It did. It sorted me right out, Rhymenoceros. Thank you very, very much. So let's maybe get into the project, shall we? You've just blasted me. Sorry, I was beginning to get into... Little Peanut, why do you want my Discord? You've asked a couple of times. David's suspicious of you. What's your deal? I'm sure you're fine, but just like, what are you about? There's lots of things of varying importance, some of it mundane that are everywhere online, but if you mention it to someone who doesn't bother with social media, they've got no clue. 100%. 100%. We're all in our own individual echo chambers. Hello, Hammy, welcome in. Did you make it? No, I'm sort of restarting it. We're still in the preamble. Started the stream an hour and a half ago. I'm still just talking to everybody. Holy shit, I'm very behind in chat, aren't I? I am very behind in chat. I didn't realise that. Dolan says steroid injections aren't great. Every time you get one, they degrade the tissue they're injected into. So I'm putting them off for as long as I can. I see. Team prioritise getting an MRI though, since I can't be on any other team. Cheers. I didn't know that about steroid injections. I just thought they were brilliant. This guy's trying to sell me the idea of steroid injections. I see. I was watching a wrestler talk. Wrestlers know about injuries, rotator cuff injuries, all that sort of stuff, and I think that's what this is. And it was Kevin Nash. I believe, B. Dolan, you have been in a film with Kevin Nash. And he was just mentioning the shoulder thing. He's like, blah, blah, blah. I was in a match. Heard my shoulder go pop. I thought, fuck. I went to a physio. And the physio started talking. And Kevin Nash said, and we all know, anytime you're talking about a shoulder, there's no point in guessing or coming up with any theory unless you get an MRI done. Because everybody can chat shit all day about, well, it might be this and it might be that and it might be that. You just go in, you get an MRI done and you find out what the script is. So that's for Kevin Nash. Apparently you just go and get it seen to. And I'd imagine hundreds of thousands of actual medically qualified people all over the world would also agree we actually just do an MRI and figure out what it is. But it is what it is. Drum says, I can communicate really well via email, but not so great on the spot because with emails I have time to think what I say. Aye, Drum, I'm the same. I'm quite the same. Especially seeing like a corporate or work environment or something like that. I find it difficult to, if somebody's got a bad idea they want to implement, I find it difficult to like, well, that's a good idea in a way, but in another more accurate way, here are the reasons why. Do you know what I mean? I find it difficult to engage with that sometimes, but not hugely. Whereas if I was communicating via email, I could argue my case. I could be like, here's all bullet points, man. Get your fucking bullet points out. I'm going to win this shit. Email is basically turn-based combat, isn't it? Really. But thinking that is probably why I've never excelled in a corporate environment. Fox Comedy says, oh my god, if I could use an AI for the admin of comedy, the dream. No more ending every email with no worries if not, because actually big worries. Aye. What I have learned about trying to use these AI tools is that they're bad at comedy. Has anybody ever tried to use ChatGPT for banter or for writing comedy or for coming up with like comedic comparisons between different subjects? They're really bad at it. Roscoe says, I know how to sort your issue, chop the arm off. I think you might be right. Roscoe, can I just say it's wonderful to see you back, if you're still in, because I think you posted that message about half an hour ago. It's wonderful to see you back in your natural habitat there. The prison streams were getting a bit brutal, man. Prostate Puncher says, I think I'd rather top myself than touch one of those generative AI tools. I mean, fair play. But they're not going anywhere and they're kind of good. And I think everybody will just get used to them quite soon. They're also kind of bad. But I think it's the new norm now. I really do. I think it's been decided and that's it. So anything short of like all of the companies going down or electricity going off worldwide or something like that, I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I don't think any government will legislate against AI tools now because then all the corporations would just go to a different country. I think ChatGPT is incredibly beneficial and I use it every day. The image generation tools, it's a bit dodgier. It is definitely a bit dodgier, and I've investigated them. Haven't used them for any like paid work or anything like that. But in a certain situation, if I'm doing TV work or whatever, and I need something handed in by 5 o'clock and it's 3 o'clock, instead of me clone stamping something, if there's a tool there that can just generate a clean plate background, I might be very, very tempted to use it, you know. There's no value in hard work purely for the sake of working hard. But then there's obviously all the negative sides to it as well. Very difficult to speak about this with any level of nuance on places like Twitter or whatever, which is why it's created a gulf between people who want to kill people on either side. You know, there's no room for like a moderate discussion about it. And what we need is moderate discussion if we're going to figure out how to use this ethically and responsibly. Creatine's a fucking game changer. Aye, maximum respect to the creatine bros. Pedropolis says, so about the game board. Aye, I'm going to get to the game board in a wee second. I need to address my chat first. Lots of people are paying good money for me to talk to them here. When I was in the doctors a few months ago, before they properly diagnosed this thing I have, I had to suggest to them what it might be, and no joke, I watched my doctor type the name of the thing into Google and then read the first paragraph of the wiki page and look at me and say, well, it says it's quite rare, so no. Aye, I've also watched my doctor Google stuff in front of me as well. And I'm like, come on, the fuck? Like, don't yous have, like, an advanced Google? Fair enough, search your notes and things like that, but don't, you know, just go. I've already Googled it, man. It's weird, isn't it? Everything's just weird. You think 2025 we'll have shit figured out by lasers and all that? 2025, Blade Runner era. Nah, man, we're still just making it up. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. Everything's a mess everywhere. Anyway. Welcome to the 10:30 Twitch stream. Welcome to the 10:30 Twitch stream. Nobody's got a fucking clue what they're doing anywhere. Everything's a mess. Everybody's miserable. Fuck it. Today we're going to make a game, right? The game's 4,500 years old. And Dolan, I need to copy paste that into my notes. B. Dolan says, empathy is the only thing standing between any of us and success under capitalism. Really? You're no wrong, mate. B. Dolan 2025. Don't know why I need that, but I need to just clip that. Last time I went to a GP about a cyst on my neck, we ended up looking at gross photos on Google and chatting about Dr. Pimple Popper. The thing that's really annoying about the GP nowadays is you can only make one appointment for one thing, right? So I've got a thing in my neck, need to get that looked at by a skin doctor person. So, but I can't go in while I can't make an appointment and say, right, you need to look at this because it's bad. Also, while I'm here, can you make an appointment for this other thing? They're like, no, you need to make two appointments, one for this thing and one for that thing. It's just like, come on, man. Just come on. Be sound. Right, everybody, I'm going to get to the bottom of this because we've got some stuff to do, bro. We've got some stuff to do. I still struggle with the idea that you absolutely do not need to reply to emails right away. Always better to leave it a wee bit to figure out how to answer properly. Patchamus, if you read an email and it jolts you, if you get like a fucking adrenaline response from an email that you've received, halt. Don't respond to it. Wait till you cool down, then respond to it. Before you make any big decisions, remember the acronym HALT. It is an acronym. What HALT stands for: H, hungry, A, angry, L, lonely, or T, tired. If you're any of those things, don't make any decisions. Wait until you're not any of those things before you make any big life decisions. Hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. Same way if you feel yourself writing any spicy emails. And another thing, Sharon. Roljuk says, I'm in the same mark, and because I hate any kind of confrontation or that, I have to contest or complain about something. I feel it can end up sounding pure blunt because I have to force it. Aye, I see what you're saying. Ah, well, fuck them. I don't like any of them anyway. I don't know. I just want to be liked as well as my thing. If I'm in a big environment with people, it's easier and better if yous all like each other. Chesney7, thank you very much for resubbing. Have you even said thank you for this subscription? I just did. Chesney, thanks very much once again for the sub. I hope you enjoyed your Bubble Blast. Welcome in. How's it going? Have you seen the furore over The Brutalist? Reactionary media totally overreacted to them using AI to ADR over some voiceover dialogue because Hungarian is hard as fuck to speak. Aye. I'm a bit cynical, and so I was thinking maybe a lot of that press was intentional in order to get headlines written about the film. But I don't know. Like, I don't know where all of this is going. Like, every CGI and graphics house that I've been aware of for the past 3 decades, they're all closing down, man. Even the mill doesn't exist anymore. Everything's all changing and money's disappearing for places and the structure of stuff is changing like every single month. And it's a bad time to have precarious means of employment in certain industries just now, and it's a wee bit scary, man. But at the same time, if this new technology means that there are opportunities, then it's worth learning about that. But then, don't know, it's kind of like the end of the printing press. You know, they started desktop publishing and all of that sort of stuff, but in different areas. Mario Biscuit says there's a lot of misinformation out there about AI, but it's difficult to address that without seeming like you're supporting the many actual downsides completely. It's the idea of the false dichotomy that Twitter and stuff encourages. The reason I use AI tools, I've spoke about this a lot, is because I used to be a tutor, and quite often some of my students will still get in touch and say, right, what is this Mid-Journey? Should I use that? Is it okay if whatever? Because I was like the techie tutor in art school. Also, when I'm online, people associate me as the guy who knows about making After Effects videos or the guy that knows about 3D printing or whatever. So sometimes people will ask me in here, what's the deal with Stable Diffusion? What's the deal with DeepSeek or Claude? Is Claude better than whatever? And so whenever I'm asked that sort of stuff, I want to answer with an informed opinion, which is why I'll sort of look into it and research it a wee bit. And the only way I can answer with an informed opinion is if I've used it on stuff, which is why I've got a version of Stone Cold Steve Austin that I can phone up just now to give me advice in cognitive behavioural therapy or whatever else. But I've not used it on a paid job yet. Hammy says we had a pitch for a collaborative project at work and all the mock-ups were made in Midjourney and the reaction from our team and the IP holder was the same. We were largely put off by them. We redesigned everything using a human artist drawing them. The IP holder very much preferred that. I saw a new job in a place. Basically, it was a creative director role, but it's a 1-year trial. It's a big, big international company that you would all know. And this job is a creative director, but your job is to mock up stuff in Midjourney and then just send those mock-ups to art workers, essentially. And so I wonder if that'll be the new way that stuff is done, if it isn't already the existing way that stuff's done. Because from a business viewpoint, you can iterate through hundreds of versions. However, recently, anytime I've tried to use Midjourney, I can't get good images out of it. I used to be able to get good images out of Midjourney. Recently, I don't know. Everything just looks kind of AI pish. Unless I'm using a particular thing or something. But I found it really off-putting anytime I've recently tried to use Midjourney for anything. I work in IT and I Google loads of stuff. Also Google their issues. But often they don't understand what they're looking at, whereas I do. Aye. Two wee seconds. Right. I'm very aware a lot of people want me to get tore into this actual project. One issue only I had the last time, and then it turned out the two things were actually connected. This is the problem when I've been speaking in chat on a delay, is that folk are answering things that I've said about half an hour ago and I forgot that I've said them. So I'm a wee bit lost. We're doing acronyms, aye. God, that was about half an hour ago. Hammy says, the physical I had at the doctor's this week, I had blood work done and the results were sent to me the same day in the app. And then they just turned up in my Apple Health app. And that's in California, IE. Terrible Clint says, I made a succinct list for the GP, then asked him to suggest which I should address today. That's a good shout, Terrible Clint. That's a good shout. A is for mood altering. Aye, don't do it if you're cunted as well. Hello, El Claro, how's it going? It's wonderful to see you in. I feel like I'm only not at least one of those about 0.5 of the time. Aye, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Aye. Aye. Just don't respond to any emails. I'm the Holt poster child. John Atfield, the mill in London is still there, but I believe, hold on, I want actual, the mill, so the mill London still exists. Google is shit, man. I'm searching the mill, I'm restricting it to news articles, and it's coming up with stories about Bolton Council. The mill VFX. So Technicolor, I believe, own the mill. Oh no, wait, it might be in the UK as well. So the mill were a big company. They were the first company that really approached me after I graduated. They were massive and I would love to have worked for the mill. I went down, I did a big tour of them, and when I was down there they were doing visual effects shots for Doctor Who and stuff like that. So I saw some Doctor Who stuff before it was out and it was great. They took me into all their grading suites. London, like the biggest one there is. All the money, everything's been put into this. The place looks like, you know, very ornate interior, money everywhere. And they were showing me the grading suites. And they were saying to hire a guy to sit in that chair, you're talking about 50 grand for one day just to colour grade stuff. This is in 2008. And I was just like, wow, that's amazing. And they were like, we really like your graduation work. And I'm like, that's brilliant, thanks. I'm obviously really interested in working here. I really like the work that yous have done. Could I get a job here? They're like, right. This is great. This is brilliant. So I'm like, fucking yes, man. I'm going to get a job in the mill. And they sent me an email about 3 weeks later saying, congratulations, would like to offer you a job. You'll be starting on £15,000. You'll be working 4 days a week in London. I was heartbroken, man. £15,000, you couldn't rent a parking space in London for that amount. So I just couldn't do it. No, £15,000 a year. I just couldn't do it. And I was like, are you serious? And then they stopped answering my emails. So I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, man. So I never got a job at the mill. Anyway, if I did get a job at the mill, I would still be there unless something happened. Oh, but something has happened. So Technicolor UK enters administration and closes VFX studio, The Mill. Amazing work came out the mill. Sign in to continue. Oh, fuck. Well, I don't even know. I don't know if the UK one is affected. NPC's shutting down as well. Apparently the mill people, the US leadership of the mill are launching something called Arc Creative. Technicolor's in danger. Everything's all just fucked for some reason. Even though we're making more media than we've ever made before, there's more opportunities for people to pay to watch things than ever before. For some reason, the industry's all just fucked. Kiriami, thank you very much for resubbing. Welcome in. 20 months, Kiriami. Thank you very, very much. Legend. Weeshed says, I did tell you to become a plumber. Aye. Rosca says it's not all that. Aye, Weeshed, I don't know if you've heard the story about the cum pipe. Ian McLeod says, your neck issue is definitely related to streaming. You need to redo your ergonomics in your downstairs. You redo your ergonomics in your downstairs. Time for a wee bit of a cabinet reshuffle there. Maybe sit back, bring the mic closer. No idea, just saying. Aye, I see what you're saying, Ian. For the longest time, I've had 2 monitors. And see, whenever I look at that one, I feel it click in. I feel like there's a wee groove there that is sore. Anyway, good shout, Carver, might be the CRTs. Right, let me scan some of this sort of stuff. The email has not found me. Ghostface Killer just told me to just ignore it. Dynamite. Ignore that shit. I can't do his voice. Ignore that shit. Hammy says, I think the mill in London is closing too. How can it though? Like, how is that possible? That they've flubbed it so bad? When I was down there, they were saying that they had that much work that they had to stop doing work for feature films. They're just like, we just can't fit the work in now. How can everything be so fucked, man? So weird. I was watching the Prime again the other day. He was commenting on a video about vibe coding. Seems purposeful production is moving away and everyone is just arranging it until they get something acceptable. Software engineers are needing to evolve to product owners. I mean, there's lots of stuff I'm doing that's just like, is it working yet? Is it work? Fuck, that's it. But then for mission critical stuff, I think there will still be room for developers that know what the fuck they're doing. Nice one, Chameleon. Aye. I think any software dev still needs to know about the architecture and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know enough about day-to-day coding to offer any insight on that. But it's changing. Hammy says the mill won an Oscar for Gladiator. They were opposite PlayStation London studio in Great Marlborough Street. Aye, I visited there in 2008. I walked past outside the mill in London. What's the guy? What's the guy's name? Fucking Brass Eye, Day to Day, big hair. The main guy for Brass Eye. Walked past him as I was going in for an interview in the mill. Chris Morris, aye. So there was me, had just graduated, got the train down to London, was on Great Marlborough Street. I also went in for an interview with Google on that journey. It was fucking wild, man. And I was like, right, I need to go to the mill. Going to the mill. And I walked past Chris Morris. And I'm like, fucking London, man. Check me out. I've made it. I hadn't made it, chat. Version M, thank you very much for resub and welcome in. How's it going? Version M, thanks for 30 months. Happy lurking to you. Is 15 grand a year even minimum wage? I doubt it, man. But it meant, see, as soon as I realised that they were starting people on 15 grand, I realised then why everybody I'd met that was in the place was all middle class. It's because they've all got money already. So they're not in the industry to make money. They're just using the job as like a vocational thing, you know? So they're having somebody else pay their rent or living at a place or something like that in order to go and do this job at a big place. And so that's why if you don't have money, you're excluded, even if you've got the talent, which at that point I did, man. I was in the middle of like lots of media and stuff like that. Lots of people were interested in me. I was in the front cover of like international magazines. There was a magazine in Hong Kong that had my video on a DVD that came with the magazine. Creative Review, Graphic, IDN, the New York Times, fucking Guardian, everything. Everybody everywhere was like, this guy's shit hot. Lots of people at that point in my life were emailing me, like, could we get an interview? And I was getting about 30 a day for a month or so. I was getting that many that I couldn't reply to everybody. I was just inundated with fucking job offers now. It's never happened to me again. But the one place that I was really interested in working in that I'd known about for years before, the dream job offer, they're like, no, you need wealthy parents. You can't possibly work here unless you've got wealthy parents. So I was just like, fuck, man. I could maybe do it if it was 15 grand in Glasgow. But no chance in London, man. Not a fucking chance. This message was written at 15:21. All right, I'm only 5 minutes behind. That's brilliant. Sorry for mentioning the cum pipe. There we go. Maybe they fucked it by spending 50 grand a day for a colour grader, but 15 grand a year for a new hire. Aye, maybe. I don't know. It just felt very exclusionary and cliquey. So I was like, all right, I'm away up to do music videos until that industry dies. Then I'm going to live in a timber yard for a couple of years and become a tutor. They're like, cool, see ya. Maybe the 15 grand was a test. Your heart wasn't in it. Listen, my heart can be in it as much as you want, but I'm not going to be able to live in London in 2008. 2008 was when the credit crunch became the credit crisis. So that's what I graduated into. So even if your heart's really into it, if I'm sitting next to a guy who's making 50 grand a day, I'm not going to sleep on a couch. It's some guy that I tangentially know. My mate Ivor was in London, right? He's doing really well now, but he was trying to make it happen. And he's like, well, you could maybe like sleep on my couch a couple of days of the week. And like, fuck it. I'm not doing it, man. It's the mill. You just won an Oscar for Gladiators. Gladiator, sorry, not Gladiators. Just pay me like an extra 5 grand would make this possible. You've got the money. When I started in Sony in London in 2000, I was on 18 grand a year. That's fucking wild, man. Opportunity is not for the poor. 100% Fluffy. It's weird, isn't it? So you need to have resources behind you, otherwise it's not going to work. Daniel Philip Johnson says, favourite AI story. So a past job added AI transcribe to Microsoft Teams. It was a huge call. Halfway through, they told the devs and designers to leave. Then 2 hours later, we got an email transcript where people had been bad-mouthed. That's fun. I think we'll get a lot more of these stories of surveillance AI drones that are exposing things. Roljuk, it sounds like we had similar sort of paths. Dear me. Could have hidden in a closet or somewhere at work. We often find people's nests around university. No, I mean, I'm not doing that. For the longest time I did, for 3 years, I squatted in a timber yard in Maryhill in order to make music videos. And I think a lot of various health problems and stuff arose from that. And I'm mostly over a lot of them. But I don't think anybody can say that my heart wasn't in it. I sacrificed a lot of stuff to make various careers happen. And for all the careers, everybody else in it was just saying to me, like, man, you should have been here 10 or 15 years ago. It was brilliant. You would have done really well. And I'm like, right. But anyway, it is what it is. I don't have a chip on my shoulder or anything like that. I'm not sitting here moaning saying woe is me or whatever. You know, I'm just explaining what has happened before. Dawn says Script Notes podcast did a big campaign about how no one who's not from Wealth can afford to be an intern at Hollywood studios. Completely, man. Like, I experienced that firsthand. Saw it exactly happen to me. Anyway. And I know at that point, the work that I was showing was exceptional. You know. But well. Hello, Kate. We were just talking about you, Cater Cakes. And hello, the salt. Welcome. I don't think I said hello, the salt. We're talking about you in a good way, Kate. Try being born down here, your life being down here and having to leave it all behind to be able to live. Aye. Here, sorry to get on a pure downer. You were, thank fuck for that? Aye. Still relevant, don't worry. No, we were talking about B. Dolan. We were theorising ways to get him UK citizenship. And I was like, speak to Kate. I worked out how much I'd have to earn to get the same housing and commute as I have in Scotland, and it just doesn't exist in my industry. I can't believe we flubbed working from home so badly. We had an opportunity there to be able to live wherever the fuck we wanted, and now it's all just like, no, he's going back to work because the landlords need paid. I think Lost Fella and B. Dolan would get on really well. Right, okay, I think it's time to get into the actual project. Are we into it, everybody? Let's refresh the misery and we'll get into the actual project. And so here it is, after B. Dolan's message. It's worth considering though, because it shows whose stories aren't being told by mass media and the value of working class creative work. Aye. Yes, I'd completely agree. There seems to be a thirst for good stuff, and there seems to be a shortage of good stuff getting made. And I'm not saying that middle class people can't make good stuff, but at the heart and core of most creative output that is successful is some sort of commentary on the human condition. Doesn't have to be, not always, but in most film or music or whatever that has engaged with me on a deep level, usually there is some sort of social observation or something at the heart of that. And I think that privileged people aren't as good at identifying those bits of life that can inspire creative output as people who... And I'm not saying that artists need to suffer or anything like that. Nobody should suffer. I'm just saying that we need a bigger, more diverse group of people who have got the resources to make work, because that will result in better work. And if we need to frame this in the context of like corporations and stuff like that, better work is profitable. You know, if at the end of the day just making money is your priority, still, like, this will benefit you. Get more diverse voices in. Anyway, I'm on a rant. I'm speaking to the converted. Any jobs in software dev and finance right about now would be great. Application process is never ending and tedious. I've heard it's just grim, man. I was similar when I left uni and wanted to get started in the games industry. Fresh out of uni with no job, and then all the companies are like, can you move to Dundee? And if you couldn't afford to, you just didn't get a foot in the door. And then Chameleon, a lot of people for Dundee had to move to Canada, didn't they? It's weird. Here, I don't understand the argument for work from home, by the way. How does employees being in the building pay the landlords? They're doing the exact same work just at home. Basically, the argument is that corporations are paying to rent the workspace from private landlords. And so they need to justify the costs of that. And so they need people in or something like that. I don't fully understand it myself. Chrissy says, I've made peace with the fact that I just hate work. I'll never be okay just doing a job. Just got to make sure I enjoy everything else. Chris, I mean, different people are different. Maybe you've just not found the right thing. But obviously with the state of the world right now, I don't know. Like, I've been in jobs that I really haven't enjoyed, but when I'm there, I'm just seeing that as an opportunity to get resources to put into activities that I do enjoy. So up until Twitch, I've either been in a position where I've got money, but I don't have any time to do my projects. So I've got money because I'm in a full-time job, but I'm in a full-time job, so it's taking up all my time. Or I'll quit all the full-time jobs and then I'll, as I said, fucking live in a timber yard. So I've got all the time to put into my projects, but I don't have any resources to fund certain things, to buy equipment or to do whatever else. So that's been the two opposites in my career up until I started streaming. And so far, streaming has allowed, streaming and a day job as well, and both of them together has kind of allowed me to navigate things where I can indulge in creative projects, and for the most part, I can pay my bills still, although it's fucking terrifying. And it's very unstable as well. Authoritarian regimes do create great art. They do as well, they do. 100%. James McAvoy's complained about how a lot of actors come from wealthy backgrounds. Totally. Completely. Kate, I was talking about how Lost proposed to you in Minecraft. We were just speaking about that until before you came in. And as far as I remember, I think I've still got that Minecraft map somewhere. And so it would be quite cool to transplant that house into some existing Minecraft server and to keep going. But we'll see how it goes. I'm yet to find a well-paid job that lets me just draw dumb stuff all day. The eternal search. So the thing with all of that sort of stuff is the people who have found success in it usually find tremendous success. But then for every one of them, there's like 5,000 people that are like, well, any day now, I might make it. It's just like Twitch. It's just exactly like Twitch. But I'm not too sure about the rent stuff. Kate says, I've filled out over 200 applications, still jobless in the UK. 13 years of operations, event, comms expert. The whole thing is fucked. It's absolutely fucked. All the very best, Kate. You're the most employably skilled person that I know. Or, well, one of them at least. It's mainly because companies get locked into 10-year contracts for offices, and the investment in the office space is just a drain that they can't get out of. But if they can enforce employees back into the office, they can see the contract that they're locked into as productive. I see. Maybe Zafra will be your wealthy patron in the manner of a Renaissance tycoon any minute now. 100%. We'll be back in Minecraft working on the server for another show soon, hopefully. Dynamite. I mean, I'm saying this, I've no idea how difficult that would be, but I think in Minecraft servers you can just sort of copy-paste a thing over. Need to speak to that Vector lad. I do a relatively low-stakes corporate marketing job and I live quite comfortably. I need to really commit to carving out strict time for my own projects. It's difficult, Chrissy. It's really difficult. Unless I can indulge in creative things, like if I spend a year in a job that means that I can't do creative stuff, I go a bit loopy after a while. If I'm just doing other people's work and I don't have any agency over it, I can go a bit loopy. That's why I really like my BBC day job, because I'm doing graphics for the news, right? Which means that you go in, your programme's broadcast that day at 6:30. So any work that you're doing needs to be done for the programme, for TX. And after the program's done, you don't have anything to take home. Every project only lasts an hour or so because it needs to be made for that day. So previously in the past, I'd be working on title sequences or longer form visual effects shots or whatever that might take me a week or a month to do. And then so there's a cram there. I'm awake at 4 a.m. still trying to just get this fucking thing done and sent in time for somebody else to blah, blah, blah. So I really, really like the balance that I've got just now with news, because I'm never coming home thinking about the stuff that I've already done. You know, I'm never sitting in bed feeling guilty for sleeping because I really should be awake finishing off a job for a thing. And so that's wonderful. However, the downside is that 5 of the shows that I work on have just recently been cancelled. And so that job, more than ever, is just really precarious. I've only got 2 shifts this month for the BBC day job. So all of that's getting really scary. And need to sort of consider the long-term implications for that sort of stuff. But I adore streaming, man. I absolutely adore it. Okay, so speaking of streaming and creative projects and all that sort of stuff, hello Funkle Albert, welcome in, how's it going? Let's jump back into the project. Do you have any recommendation of 3D printed software to design with and a mail order service to get it printed with? Not too sure about a mail order service, Cyberdonkey, but I can show you today what I use to make my 3D objects. It's called Fusion 360. So there are 2 types of 3D modelling. There's hard edge modelling, which is like something like this. This is hard edges, or something like this, or something like this, right? And this is the 3D modelling that I can do. I can describe the geometry of an object, rounded corners, physical dimensions, stuff like that. Then there's the other type of 3D modelling called like soft edge modelling, where people are modelling people or dragons or characters or whatever. And I'm not very good at that sort of stuff. Organic things, exactly. So don't know about all of that. I'm the wrong person to ask about that. But I can show you today how I would 3D model for 3D printing a very special object. And that object is a game. So this game here is over 4,500 years old. It's called the Royal Game of Ur. And I recently became aware of it because this YouTube guy, Tom Scott, played the game with some Billy Connolly boffin dude who figured out what the rules were based on an archaeological finding of the game in what's now known as Iran. So I think this is the oldest board game that we know about. This guy here reckons he knows the rules based on some inscription device thing here. And it genuinely, even though it's 4,500 years old, it genuinely looks like a good game. And that's what makes me interested about it. See, at the very end of the game, you still don't know who's going to win. People get angry at each other over this game. There's room for shithousery and banter, basically. So Rachel and I watched this video last night to get to sleep. Rachel's like, I would like one of these things. And I was like, I would like that as well, because we've been playing chess together, really enjoying that. And so I was like, right, let's find a Royal Game of Ur, and we will do that. So turns out this video is essentially a big advert for the British Museum shop, where they have made this, which is a replica of the artifact that they own. But this is a replica that you can buy off of them. So I was like, that's brilliant. That's exactly what I'm after. After watching the 25-minute video, I want to buy one of them. So I went to the shop, and it's fucking 125 quid. Swivel. I'm not buying that. So what I would like to do is build it in 3D and just 3D print it, because I'm not violating any copyright laws or anything like that, because the game's 4,500 years old. And I'm trying to angle it in a way where I'm getting the information from the British Museum shop. So I'm effectively kind of stealing it from them, if you think about it in that way, which parallels the colonial theft that they did of many international cultural artifacts, such as this game itself. So there's a wee bit of artistic expression at work there as well. So last night I launched Fusion 360 and we created this. So this is more or less the setup for the game board. And what I was thinking about doing was including a drawer in here. So the game PCs and stuff could be put in the drawer and it could be all easily transported. You know what I mean? And that's what we're doing, basically. 87Logic says the Proclaimers were recently in a dispute with B&Q over their gardening range. They've been to Bathgate, no more. Linwood, no more. That's very funny. 87Logic, that's class. Thanks for sharing that. Final Processing, you're a legend. Welcome in, Final Processing, who says that Shapeways is good for 3D printing. I've never used Shapeways, but I've seen it. I've seen ads for it and stuff. Dawn says, I'm once again writing to tell you I was on the phone with the bank. All the very best, B. Dolan. Jesus. Don't they have internet banking for that stuff in America nowadays? Anyway. So what we're doing is, I've created this. It looks alright. I'm sort of happy with this. So it's time to create the drawer and also create the game pieces. And then I think we can 3D print this easy peasy. Also might sort of bevel the edges here, because if a game piece is on this square and I want to push it to this square, what we've got here is a wee lip. Look at this. You know what I mean? So I was thinking about this last night. What we could do is click these edges, right click, and just do a wee chamfer. Mr. Chamfer in chat. And we could chamfer that down. You see the end result there? Whoops, why is that not rotating for the centre? Why is the pivot point away? How do I change a pivot point? No idea. But that now has introduced a chamfer on it, which means that if I'm pushing a game piece from this square to that square, it's now got like a wee ramp to whoop, go up. And if I put the same on that, whoop, a wee ramp to go down. So that's something that I might do. In fact, let's do that just now. What we can do in Fusion, and this has been a long time since I've used Fusion 360, but it's parametric, which means that I can create a new parameter, right? And I do that just in the parameter window, and I'm going to name this. So I'm going to call it square, do a title case, square chamfer. And let's just say it's 3mm, right? So I haven't assigned that to any dimension or whatever. I've just, kind of like in coding, I've just created a variable here called square chamfer that's 3mm. And parametric CAD modeling means that you can effectively program geometry. So now in this window, I can highlight all the things. Can I just highlight it like that and then chamfer it? No, that would be the underside. What if I highlight that? I can't just chamfer that, can I? I think I need to highlight them all individually. But let's give this a shot. Modify. Nah, because that's a surface, not an edge. I mean, we could try and chamfer it. So what happens if it's a 1mm chamfer? Aye, it's doing it. So, who remembers the name of the variable that I've just made? It was like chamfer something. Who remembers the name of that? I don't even know. Square chamfer, thank you, Bally. So I could just type that variable name in here, square chamfer. And as it happens, so I've done it correctly, but it's telling me that the number I previously put in is now like too big. Do you know what I mean? For this, because it would mean it's cutting into other stuff. So for the time being, I'm just going to put 2 in there, like a wee 2mm chamfer. But, so I've not properly explained that, but you get the idea of what's possible. And so now there is like a chamfer throughout the edges of the full thing. And then if it turns out that 2mm was too much, I can go in and go back to that parameter, change parameters, and just adjust the chamfer. And you've got a timeline and all that sort of stuff. It's genuinely fantastic. So in the parameter, let's make that like 1.5 mil. And then in this, we'll just call this square chamfer. So when I hit OK, all of these should update to 1.5 mil rather than 2 mil or 3 mil, whatever they currently are. There we go. So we've got a nice wee sort of lip edge thing. As it happens, I think I preferred the previous value, but the only reason I did that is to articulate the point of how to do that. But I think that wee chamfered edge is a good shout. So let's go in and we'll change square chamfer to like 2 mil. And that'll look a lot better and we're not getting any errors. Dynamite, there we go. I'm going to nick next door for just a wee second because I need a piss. But I'll see you back here in 2 minutes. My heart is just absolutely broken. Before the stream, Fred Macaulay, not the comedian, my dog, Fred Macaulay, was quite active. So I'd fed him just before the stream, played with him and stuff like that. And before I hit starting soon and stuff, then I came in to start the stream. And he was playing about with a toy. He was like, just play with me with this toy. And I'm like, mate, I can't. I've played with you for quite a bit ago. And he's just like, he was a bit pissed off because I wouldn't play with him still with this toy because he wanted to play a bit more. And I just opened the door there to nip next door. And sitting at the foot of my door was the toy that he was playing with. So he's just left it at my door and went for a wee lie down, man. Oh, my wee heart. So I really don't want to continue the stream. I just want to go and play with Fred and give him a big cuddle and stuff. Purposely left to guilt trip you, 100%. Big Freddy. And the thing is, if I did stop the stream now and I go to play with him, he'll have totally forgotten about it. And he'll be like, what? I'm sleeping, man. Fuck off. I'm sleeping. So I'll make it up to him tonight, man. Big Freddy. Oh, what a legend. Deary me. What have I missed? Has there been any chat in chat? I wasn't really reading the chat when I was doing that CAD work there. So bring him in and play with him. Nah, this room's got too much stuff. I could play with him on stream, but I would need to do it next door or whatever. There's too much things he can hit his head on, and he's not really allowed in here. But anyway, shame on you. I know. But it is what it is. Hello, EK1 Drop. Fluffy says, just for future reference, please don't take so long to get to the point when referring Freddy with the phrase "my heart is broken." Aye. Sorry. Aye, Fred's doing fucking great. Fred's got a wonderful life and he loves bamming people up. He spent all morning shouting at pigeons. That was his main thing that he did today. Shouting fuck at the pigeons, man. He hates the pigeons. Have I pressed the button that will stop this music from playing? I think I have. So as soon as this track runs out, you won't hear any music. And if you did like that music, feel free to check out Quiet and Peaceful Man on SoundCloud and the YouTube. Also shouted fuck at pigeons today. There you go. You and Fred do have a spiritual connection, 100%. Just kidding? Alright, well. Spawn Again says, what would you say is the best free software for 3D print designing? Spawn Again, if it's this sort of stuff, hard edge modelling, like as in not characters, not faces and not organic stuff, I would recommend this. So this is Autodesk Fusion 360. It's the personal version of it, not for commercial use. So I can't use this on any commercial projects legally. If I do want to use it on commercial projects legally, it will cost me hundreds of pounds for a license. But I'm using this to do 3D print at home stuff and whatever. So I've got a free license for this. I forget what they call it. When I went for it, it was called like a tinkerer's license or something. So I'd recommend Autodesk Fusion 360. A lot of people don't like the company Autodesk because of mineral extraction or something like that. I don't know. I really like the software. There's also Tinkercad and other things, but I used this and I've leaned into this and I quite like it. Fred doesn't hate you. He was just a wee bit worried because you were staring at him in fear, and so the fear manifested, and that's that. When you do my wedding, can you please bring Freddie? Trust me, you don't want Fred at your wedding. You don't want Fred at your wedding. He's a good boy, but he's not that good a boy. He's a banter merchant. Oh, a nice one, non-binary. I'm not reading all of that, but thanks for sharing it. I mean, I've read it, I'm just not saying it out loud. Ian, Blender, you can make 3D stuff in Blender. You can't go in and do parametric modelling and all of that sort of stuff. Tinkercad would be better if you need to deal with measurements and real world things. But I've not used Tinkercad. 6th of March 1923, Scotland's first radio broadcast takes place when Glasgow radio station 5SC is launched by the BBC. All right. I'm going to tell my BBC pals about that. In fact, I might know. 1923, how many years ago is that? Nah, it's not a round anniversary. I'm just not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell them. I saw something about a font that had some free for non-commercial use. I wondered at the time if someone uses that on a stream layout, does that break it? If you use the software on stream, does it count? I don't know. It would be up to them to enforce it. I guess we'll find out. I mean, there was an idea at the back of my head that once I build one of these, if I'm happy with it, I might 3D print some and stick them on my merch shop. Are Autodesk going to come after me for that? Fuck you, Autodesk, man. Get fucked, Autodesk, with your mineral extraction and your excellent software. I don't know. I remember formatting C and reinstalling Windows every 30 days to keep using a 30-day license product back in the day. Madness. I remember having to uninstall programs because I wanted to use other programs. So you've got to uninstall Photoshop to install After Effects. Then when you install Photoshop again, you need to crack it using Wales and all of that. Oh man. If only you sold the files. I don't know, let's say, because it still is for commercial use. Do you know what I mean? Imagine I designed a product that everybody wanted. So I designed it in this, I sent it off to a manufacturer, and we're getting hundreds manufactured in some factory somewhere. That would technically be using this for commercial use. You know what I mean? Don't know how it works. Undercut the British Museum price by a fiver, 100%. It's because the war meant there was one channel, the BBC Home Service. All right. Because still, you've got the BBC World Service that is still quite important to a lot of folk. But I don't know about the history of radio at all. That was in Reith era, wasn't it? We use Autodesk for on-site when installing pipework and supports and equipment for oil, gas and petrochemical industry, if that's what they're on about. Well, Autodesk have multiple different programs. So you've got Fusion 360 and I forget the names of the other ones because they've changed the names quite a bit. But this is for like industrial heavy use for different things. But I don't quite know why they're getting so much hate. Again, I've not really looked into it because I really enjoy the software. Gag says Fred Macaulay, that's deadly. It's good, isn't it? I've got my Fox Red Lab lying at my feet. Amazing. How good are doggies, man? How good are doggies? Anyway, Navis works. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that. Let's jump in. So I've got to a point where I don't really know how to proceed. And so that's why I've done a fair bit of stalling today. The observant among you will have noticed that I've done a fair bit of stalling. And so what I would like to do is create some of the puzzle pieces. And the puzzle pieces look a bit like these. They're kind of like wee pyramid shapes. Where are we? They look like that. You see this? They look like that. And there is a way of making that in Autodesk Fusion. And I'm going to try and figure that out because that's like a complicated, primitive... I mean, it looks like a simple shape to make. But again, I've not used this software for about 2.5 years. So one of the points of doing this project is to refresh my skills in Fusion 360. So let's say we want this thing to be 10 millimeters. So it's 1 centimeter radius or 1 centimeter diameter. Don't know. We can resize it later. And what we need is 3 sides because it's a wee sort of triangular doofer that we're doing. And then, how do I orientate it? There isn't a value for me to select the orientation. That's bogus, so that's off center, and we can't have that. So what I might need to do is then draw a line from here to here, and then with this line that I've drawn, which is at an angle, you know what I mean? See if the lines are blue, it means that they aren't constrained. So right now the software doesn't know what angle this is at, but you can constrain lines. If you take like a horizontal or vertical one and just click that, it means that now the lines have went black and it knows, I can't longer rotate that because this line here needs to be a horizontal vertical line with that line there. Okay. So how the fuck do I get from this shape to that shape? I did watch a wee YouTube tutorial on it before the stream, and I've absolutely forgotten the YouTube tutorial. I think what we do is create another line somehow, like that, right? And then make this like a construction line. And then for here, like make this a circle somehow. Do you know, I don't know how to do this. There's a way I could just manually put in an angle. But I'd like to do it without angles, like purely constrained. Do you know what I mean? So I think I need to create a construction plane. How the fuck do you do this, man? Do you know, I'm going to consult my YouTube video that I looked at earlier because it's like 5 minutes and it'll refresh me on how to use this software. Oh, sorry, these are the dice rather than the pieces. You're right, Hammy. Done a deep dive into knife sharpeners. Magic. I also have no idea how to make a pyramid in Fusion. It's difficult. Well, this technically isn't a pyramid because the base is 3, whereas a pyramid, the base would be a square, I think. Ask the woman. Nah, man, this is too advanced for the woman. So what I'm going to do is cheat, right? So off screen here, I've got a thing. So these shapes are called tetrahedrons, right? And let's see if just quickly I can make a tetrahedron in Fusion 360, right? Do you want to see my Fusion 360 skills? Because I can make one of these no bother, lads. So basically what we need to do is just like your standard triangle like that. Easy peasy, right? And then what I'm going to do is draw a line from here down. Easy peasy, right? And then make that like a construction line. So the woman told us yesterday in order to make a construction line, you just highlight the line and press X on the keyboard. And with all that stuff made, I just need to concentrate heavily, and that's what I think I'll do. What I think I'll do now, after I've thought about it for a bit, I want to make a circle that does that, right? Let me think about it a wee bit more. And I would like this circle to be a coincident of that point there. Okie dokie. Which means that this long line here, and I think maybe that long line needs to be the full length of the line. So let's just delete that. And we will create a new line in here. So from here to here, right? And now what I'm going to simply do is place a point for here till it over here for some reason, and then constrain that horizontal vertical. Okay, and so now what I'm going to do is, why do I need that dimension? So I think that's the base done. So now I need to use the projection tool. And if you remember before, I couldn't quite figure out how to use the projection tool. So let me just see if I can figure that out. Right. So what we need is, we need to create a sketch that is on this side, right? And so that sketch, or well, we should maybe create a projection first. So if I select this, and then this, no. If I select that, and then that, although I think it needs to be in a line, so I need to hold down Control, and shift. Just like that, and then that, right? Now, there's a way for me to conjure sketch tools, or there's a way for me to somehow tell Fusion to make this a projection, and that means that I can reference that line on a different sketch. And I tell you something, I don't know how to do that. So round about here, there should be something called projection. And I managed to sort of do it last night. Remember the woman told us, is it P for projection? Aye, pyramids have got 4 sides on the base. This is a tetrahedron. Assemble, it's not assemble, construct. So what it is I need to create a sketch here, and I need to reference these 3 dots. So let's ask the woman about this one. What do you do in this program, and why did you speak with yourself? Jewel, that's a great question. Thank you very much for asking that on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, I'm not speaking to myself. I'm actually speaking to my Twitch chat because I'm live right now at this address. So when you think I'm speaking to myself, I'm actually speaking to a very vibrant Twitch chat. And if you would like to join in and see this stream in its wonderful glory that it deserves, highly recommend you visit this link here and you can join in all the festivities. What a great question. You're all AI bots though, definitely. Right, let's ask the woman. What's happening? How you doing? You alright?
I'm doing well, thanks. How about you?
Oh, I'm good.
Everything going all right?
Aye. So I'm in Fusion 360 once again, and I've got a sketch, and I would like to use 3 points on that sketch as reference points for another sketch. And the way I do that is via a feature called projection, and projection just really confuses me in Fusion 360. How do you do it again?
To project points in Fusion 360, start by creating a new sketch on the plane where you want to reference those points. Select the Project Include tool from the Sketch dropdown, then choose Project. Click on the points in your original sketch that you want to project onto your new sketch. This will create reference points in your current sketch. Once they're projected, you can use them to build your new geometry. Does that help clarify?
Aye, that makes sense. I'll probably give you a shout when I get stuck. Thank you. So it's within sketch and then project include, right? So I want to create a sketch here, create sketch, right? So where is that project include? Is it for here somewhere? Project include, ho ho ho. And then project, and aye. So it's showing up as red for some reason. Seem to be unable. So at that point there, and then that point there, and then this point here. So I've got 3 selected. Then if I hit OK, I think I can now reference those in the sketch that I'm currently making. I think that's what's going down. Cool, okie dokie. So now what I would like to do is create a circle on this plane here, and I want it to be as big as, and look at that, it'll snap onto that because I've done the project thing correctly. So that's good. We can get rid of the origin. We're laughing, lads. We're laughing. So now what I need to do is make a vertical line up like that. There we go. Okie dokie, let me just think about this a wee bit more. It would be prudent to click this and press X to make that a construction plane. And make that a construction plane. And now what I think I should do, so basically I've created a line here which is the same length as like this middle line here, but minus the bottom bit. So now what I can do is select this piece and then create a loft. So how do I do that? You didn't think this would be a loft stream, did you? So modify, create, loft, that's us. So we select this, we've got to create, then loft, and that does like that sort of thing. It'll make kind of a transitional shape between two existing shapes. And the two existing shapes that we want to make a transitional shape from is this that we've just highlighted, but then also that wee point up there. Boop. And look at that, laddies. Look at that. We've got one of the dice pieces. And I think I'll put that out as a new component. There we go. There we go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Dear Games Master, I'm stuck trying to make a circle in Fusion 360 for the PC. There we go. Not stuck anymore. There's your dice. So that is exactly what I need. That's perfect. And I managed to do it purely using geometry without inputting any angles or anything like that. Just for a flex, man. Just for a total flex. Cool. So we've now got... I don't know why it's on that plane, but hey ho, it is. Hold on, this looks a bit wonky, doesn't it? Is that actually right? I think it is. It's just because we're at an angle. I think. Let's just pretend it's perfect. That looks off, doesn't it? Looks as if that should be sort of over here a wee bit. But then for the top, it looks fine. I don't really know, if I'm going to be honest with you. Is this a perfect tetrahedron? Couldn't really tell you, unless I printed it. You can click the line, look at the measurements, aye. So let's hide that. And we will just focus on this. Hello Gibbs, welcome in, how's it going? So let's inspect this. That's 34.641 mil. And then let's inspect... No, stop clicking things. How do you deselect something? Let's inspect this. 34.641. Let's inspect this. 30. So it's no perfect. 30, 30. So something iffy. Something no right going on and I'm not having it. So I think the deal is that... This is so complicated, isn't it? The deal is that this line here isn't tall enough for some reason. And let's try and explore why that might be. But I can see myself maybe just trying to redo all of this. Ah, right, so those circles aren't meeting. Aye, but that's fine. They shouldn't necessarily meet. Or should they meet? Aye, it's as if this circle here needs to go out to the outside edge. I'm glad I consulted this YouTube video because there'd be fucking no chance I'd be able to do this without. Aye. So, this circle here isn't quite right. So what we're going to do is go in, edit that. And this can easily be edited by just deleting this, pressing C for circle, and we'll take that out. Ah, see, the problem is I've just picked the wrong thing. Remember when I did that project include nonsense? So let's delete this sketch. So I just picked the wrong point. Easy done, right? what we're going to do, and this is a good test because I'm able to test myself if I've remembered how to do it correctly. Let's create a sketch on this plane here. I'll do that via going right click, create sketch, right? And then when I'm in that sketch, what you do is go to create, project, include, then project, and you choose that, which I didn't choose last time, which is why it caused the bother. And then you choose this, and then I don't think I need that one, but I'll choose that for a laugh. So I do need that one actually, so I'll hit OK. And now if I create a circle, I want to put that circle from here to here. That's how to do it. And then if I get a line and I take that line from here to here, that's how to do it. So now check this shit out. If I make them construction lines, and if I highlight this and I go to, where was that in again? Create loft. I would like to loft from this point to here. And this should now be an accurate tetrahedron. So let's get rid of the sketches. And we'll have a wee look at that. Oh, I'd say that's far better. That looks like a proper geometric, wonderful tetrahedron shape. Let's just inspect the sides. 34.641. Inspect that side. 34.641. Inspect one of the underside bits. Easy. Easy peasy. So that's how it's got our dice done. That's how it's got our dice done. Why are we making a D4? For a laugh, mate. Are the points a bit sharp for a dice? Do they need rounded a bit? So if they do need rounded, easy peasy, I'll show you how to do it. So you just select all the edges that you want to round. Right? Has that got all the edges? This boy here as well. Right? And then what you can do is right click, and we don't want a chamfer for this, we want a fillet. So we'll click the fillet, and we just make this value larger. So I can do that by dragging. Doesn't want to drag. What if I say like 2 millimeters? Well, that's too rounded, isn't it? So let's go to like 1 millimeter. And we've now got rounded corners on our tetra thingy. So there we go. It's a wee bit more sophisticated, isn't it? That's looking cool and interesting. Although the corners aren't quite looking appealing. But nobody's going to see the corners at that scale, because in reality this thing will be about that size. However, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go in and see if we can make these wee knobbly bits look better. So under corner type, radius type. Do you know what? I think we just deal with this. Full round fillet, is that what that's called? Fillet? Fuck this, cancel. I think we just deal with that, right? I'm happy with that if you're happy with that. The thing's going to be about that size once it's done. So I think we're doing good. Will you emboss a design on each facade? I could. The dice for this game are different in that it's just like the edge point is painted. So in most of the versions of this game that I've observed, the dice have just got like a tiny wee, you can't quite see it there. You'll be able to see it on a frame of this video. It just looks as if somebody's put a bit of nail polish on the very, very tip, the very peak of some of the points. So for the sake of this, I don't think I'll work into it anymore. I think they're classed the way they are. I'm just trying to get a close-up of these dice so that you can maybe see them. So rather than the side, it's like what points up. Don't know if you can see these, but it's the very, very points that are sort of coloured. Okie dokie. So we've got a dice, and let's rename that. I probably should have made that a body rather than a component rather than a body. But hey ho. So we're going to call that dice. We're going to call this body here like the main board. Rename board. I can now design the player pieces. Shall we do that? Let's design the player pieces to fit into one of these squares, right? So how I'm best doing that is just use the actual square itself. If I create a sketch, it wants me to do it for this orientation for some reason, and then create a circle. So what I'll need to do is draw some construction lines between here and here, and between here and here, and let's just make them construction lines. Then I would like to create a circle. How big should the circle be? Well, I want it to be kind of comfortable. Wait a minute, is this a square? Holy shit, I don't think these are squares. You see the issue here, that either side is slightly larger than the top to bottom. That is not what I wanted to see at this stage in the game. These aren't square. Fuck. I hate computers, man. I hate computers, man. Let's pretend we've not seen that. No, let's not pretend we've not seen that. We need to address that. So this length here is 46 mil. That length here is 46 mil. So this length here, this is a curious puzzle we've identified, isn't it? Well, you would think so, Bali. You would think so. So this length, okay. Am I going mental? This blue line here is 48 millimeters. But alternatively, if I measure that here, that is 46 millimeters. Why is that? So because I did it parametrically, this means that somewhere inside here is a number that I got wrong. And right now I'm trying to figure out, would it just be easier if I started from scratch? Or shall I try and go in and rectify this issue? So, all of that was undefined. Do you remember that? So, this is the laziness from the past that's coming back to bite me on the arse. This is what this is, everybody. This British Museum are living the struggle, 100%. Okay, it's time to get comfy. Time to get comfy, gloves off. Oh, my back, man. Right, so, if you were watching last night, you will remember the issues that I had with this. So what I think I will do is just start from scratch with the board. And let's just close that. Because a lot of you that are watching just now weren't in last night, so didn't see all the work that we did to get to this place, right? So let's rename this old board like bad board. Or do you know what? We could just bloody delete it. Let's delete it. And let's delete all the sketches for it as well. Although not the sketch for my nice... Aye, not sketch 4. Cool. So I think all of this is still happy, isn't it? Aye, my wee dice is still happy. Right. Or is it? Model is using cache geometry to solve. Please reference geometry for field features in the timeline. You reference yourself. Aye, we're all fine. I'm all happy with that. Okie dokie. So what we're going to do is create a new sketch. Create sketch. And let's get rid of the dice. Let's draw a line from here to here. And because I did this last night I realised the mistakes that I've made. 300 millimetres is 30 centimetres. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to stick a construction line here. I am then going to go to the British Museum website and see their illustration for how the game board is laid out. I will push this over here. I would have been more than happy to leave that 2mm. See, I wouldn't. That's not how I roll, man. So what I'm going to do is, if it's 30... Fuck, man. I need to create a square, basically. That... Can I create a centre point square? Let's create a wee square that is, for example, 40 millimetres by 40 millimetres. Right? And what we're going to do is intersect this. So make there's a way of intersecting the midpoint, isn't there? The midpoint of that, I think, will now intersect with the midpoint of that, but that's not exactly what I wanted. So let's undo that. But now I think the midpoint, nah, it's all fucked again. So there's a way for me to create a point on this square here that's at the midpoint, and then make that midpoint coincident with this line here. That's great. And now, why are these lines either side not black? I mean, let's delete this. So that could be any size. And what dimension is this one? This is D39. So let's dimension this to be... Ah, that's why. So what we need to do is make them horizontal and vertical, boys. Constraint has already been applied. Right, there's something fishy going on here. So if I dimension from here to here, D39, that's now square. But why are the edges not constrained? So I've constrained that way, but the edges are still blue for some reason. See these edges here? They shouldn't be blue. And because they're... I know why. Right, okay. Of course. Okay. So, what I need to do then is constrain that there to be pals with that there, and then they're all good. Okie dokie. So now what I would like to do is create a pattern. Rectangular pattern. I want to select this object here, and we will be patterning in it this way, and I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 clones. Right, and we're going to continue them going that away. So I wonder if... So let's just say it's minus 300. Although, is that for there? I think that's for there. Or is it for here? So what's 300 minus 40 is 260. So let's go to 2... Right, so it isn't that. It's obviously just that. Okay. Right. And then I would like to pattern it this way as well. And just get the same spacing. But the spacing's kind of doing my box in a wee bit. So I need to figure that out. But I can maybe do that parametrically. Like that. So this isn't ideal because this measurement is different for this measurement. But now that I've built that, I can go in Oh, I like doing this because it's at the absolute limit of my knowledge, man. So my full brain's getting used. So here we are, sketch 8. And hold on, I really need to use the HUD right now. So, what is it I'm trying to figure out? I should have made these more visibly. Like if I make that 95mm, I can tell that this value is definitely off. Right, let's make sense of these numbers so that we can figure out a way of making the squares equidistant. Because you would think that would be a reasonable thing to do. Okay, so for my first main line, that's 300mm. And if I change that, will anything happen? What if I change that to 400mm? It just shifts it. So that's just kind of the start point. So we actually don't need that. So let's put that back to 300mm just for a laugh, right? Just for a total laugh, man. So that's sitting there. I see. So if I make this 340mm, or 300mm plus D39, then that will sit. D39 is not available in the system. Please provide a valid expression. That's fucking D39 right there. You can't. Oh, lowercase d. There we go. So now that's sitting right on here, and I'm quite happy with that. Sorry, I just forgot I was streaming. And oh, thank you, Bowdy. Thanks very much. If a job's worth doing and all that shit, 100% we shed, man. 100%. So, right. My head's absolutely ripped with this. So, what we're talking is, squares are 40mm across, right? And I'm going to get the calculator out. So we've got a line that's 300mm. So what's... so the gaps all add up to 20mm. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 20 by 7 is like 2.85. Oh, that's no good, is it? Be good to have the gaps between them be parametric as well. I don't know how to do that because of the pattern feature. You need to pattern it to the extent, which isn't very good, if I'm going to be honest with you. So, how do we fix this? Well, we could add a parameter just called gap width, right? And the expression there would be, this is fucking doing my fucking box in. What's this line here? Is that D39? Hold on. What is... oh, don't apply in. What is this line here? Or, well, what is that one? Because it's the same thing. So that's D38. And D39 is that. No, that's D39. Or that's D41. Aye, which is just the same as that. Right. So we're using D39 and we're using D38. Okay. So let's go into... my brain is so sore, man. Right. Let's go into the value that's 340. We'll call this board length. And just to prove that that's that, if I change that to like 320 or something, no, that isn't board length. So let's undo that and undo that. You can't undo in here, can't undo in here. So let's go back to 300 and we'll call that D1, right? We can't call it D1. What did that used to be? Don't know. D38. Right. I would maybe like to just start all over again. How was it I calculated those dimensions before? Right, so I did so via... It'd be great if when you highlighted these it showed you the line that you're looking at. So with none of these selected, if I go into modify, change parameters, right. Here we are, folks. This linear dimension here, that's for the other sketch. These fillets, that's for the other sketch. So sketch 8 is what we're talking. But now that that's highlighted, let's turn my fucking box in. And now you can't see what this is. So there is there's a thing that's happening. So we'll call this rows. We'll call this columns. Although those should be different. Call that column, call that rows. So what I'm going to do now is identify this number here. So 310, 310. So this is 300 is like that. And what I would like to do is name that board length. And then what's this 95 for D45? So that's board width. Okay, so what we can do is create a parameter for gap length. Right. And so gap length is, this is going to use all my brain power in my head. So gap length is board length well, no. We need columns, column multiplied, columns no coming up, COLMN is what I used. COLMN. I wonder why that's no taken. Column multiplied by D39. Right, so D39 is the 40 mil side. Right. And then we will have that in brackets. And then what we're going to do is subtract that for the board length. Board length minus 8 times, so that minus all of the bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Divided by divided by fucking, so this is the gap length divided by COL N minus 1. So it's saying we've got a gap length of minus 88.571 millimeters. That's no right. That's no right. So let's have a look at this. So what we want is maybe that one. So is it D38? Again, I've painted myself into a corner. Aye, that's it. That's it. So the gap length's 2.857 mil, right? Let's just say that that is that. Okay. So under board width, what we're going to do is include gap length multiplied by rows minus 1. So we've got two gaps, right? So that's our gap length sorted. And then rows multiplied by D39 plus, I think I've just done it. I think that's it. But it's not taken. Gap length is not available in the system. I've spelled it incorrectly. It's a capital L. There we go. Nah, it's far too big. Thank you very much for that bubble blast. To whom I owe the pleasure. It's Captain Spork. Captain Spork, thank you very much for resub and welcome in. How's it going? Thank you very, very much, Captain Spork. I'm deep in some geometry, arithmetic. Thank you, Bali. I just spotted it there. Thank you very much. Captain Spork, you're a legend. Thanks very much for subbing. I hope you're doing fantastic. Think you need column plus 1 in that equation, as you've got 8 boxes with 7 gaps, but a gap on either side. I think you're right. I think I've maybe went the wrong way. Let's have a wee look. So I wonder what equation is wrong. I mean, do I have gaps either side? Let's do plus 1. Right. So what we're doing here is, it doesn't make sense that I've got my rows and my columns mixed up. So let's rotate this so that they are now columns. Or are they rows? I don't even know. I know, I think I was right. I think it's rows that I'm addressing. No. Columns are 8, rows are 3, right? Okay. So what we're doing is multiplying 3 by the width of the square. Okay. So what we're saying is 3 times the width of that, or the height of that, plus so maybe just brackets or something in the right place. This is far too complicated. Plus, so what I'm trying to do is fix the spacing here, because it's not right. Plus gap length multiplied by, this is just well off. Do you know what I'm going to do, man? Fuck this full project. I'm going to do file new design. Right, then I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to call this game of our underscore V2. We're on a V2, everybody. We are on a V2. Document is not editable. I will wait till we see about that. What happens if I save it? Is it going to let me? It is. I'm now able to edit this. Okay, so let's just start all over again. Let's create a square. right? And let's make this 40 millimeters, and we'll call this D1. No. Because that wasn't D1 yet, because I hadn't declared it. Whereas now I can declare it. So D1 is the height of a square. D1, right? There we go. Easy peasy, everybody. Literally back to square one, exactly. Literally back to square one. I was getting quite confused because I'd backed myself into a hole quite a bit. The pattern thing was kind of messing me up a wee bit. Because I think it was drawing it from here. So what I'm kind of tempted to do is draw it without the pattern. But let's go and have a wee look at the rectangular pattern. Duplicates a sketch curves in rows and columns. Select the curves to pattern, then specify the direction, quantity, and distance. But you can't specify the distance between. So let's have a wee look and see if we can conquer this pattern tool. Right? So I can say I want 3 this way, but it's saying 90 mil. So where is that 90 mil coming from? It's the distance of the centre. Or, well, not necessarily. It's the distance of the top left corner to the top left corner of there. Right? So, that's fucking hard. So, what we're looking for is, well, I would like a new parameter. So I'm going to add a parameter called board length. Going to make this 300 mil. Right. So let's get back to these lads. And what I would like is, why is that not working? This is all sort of crashed. Let's undo. Did that just take? I fucking hate this program, man. Right. Right, easy. Squares. Easy. Okay. And is that, I just undid something? Yes, it's just undid the thing. So we've got square width, and then we've got board length. Right. Board length should be 300 millimeters. There we go. There we go. There we go. Why is that up there? Right, that's fine. Okay. So now, here we are, once again, and I'm going to go to modify, create rectangular pattern, right? And what we want to do is make 8 of these, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why can't I reference the quantity in this value here? That's a lot of shite. I mean, it's forcing me to just sort of manually pop it. It's weird, isn't it? So it's 290 mil from here to here, rather than the total extent of the thing. I think my other way of doing it was better. I think my other way of doing it was a wee bit better. Because I'm not sure this is right. So let's say, for example, 300 mil at 8 is good, right? I don't think that pattern is parametric, but I might be wrong. So what happens if I put like 20 mil into here? Nothing. What is this D7? What happens if I put 350? Right, so that makes sense. absolute limit of my knowledge here, folks. Absolute limit of my knowledge. So, what I'm going to do is do it the way that I did it last night, but do it properly, because this pattern feature is a lot of shite. So let's hit save. We'll call this game of our V3, right? And keep in mind, one of the main reasons for doing this is remembering how to use this software, because I've not used it for years. So what I'm going to do is create a line for here to here. We'll call this 300, and that will be the board length. We are going to make that a construction line, right? And then what we're going to do is create tons of wee squares for here to here. So we're going to create like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? And then what I'm going to do is use the equal tool to make all of these squares. But they're not doing it right. Fuck me. So we'll make that equal to that. And we'll make that equal to that. We'll make that equal to that. And we'll keep doing that. Okie dokie. So now we've got these wee squares, which are somehow... Aye, this isn't right, is it? Don't know if you can see what's happening there. That's not doing good. Fucking parametric pish. One will just draw an illustrator instead. Why was that getting bigger? Right, so that isn't... Okay, so let's try that again. So what we're going to do is, like, dimension for here to here is, what did we say earlier, like 40 mil, right? And we're going to use the midpoint of here intersects with this. No, because that'll put that at the midpoint of that. So how do I get that line there intersecting the midpoint of this? Do I need to put down a point and then make that midpoint on the midpoint of that? And then make this coincident with that? And then just do that 8 more times? I can't be fucked. Oh, it's brutal, man. Oh, it's absolutely brutal. There should be a way using that grid tool. What's it called? The pattern tool. I'll ask a woman. I think I've figured out a way of articulating what my problem is. Hello, I'm in Fusion 360. How's it going? And within Fusion 360, I would like to make a very simple grid of squares with a margin between them. However, it's not a regular grid. It's 3 squares by 8 squares. And I would like to make this parametric. The problem is, though, that I've been using something called the pattern tool within Fusion 360 to make this happen. Now, my issue arises because the pattern tool is taking a measurement of how much the offset is between the first clone in the pattern to the last clone in the pattern. And so it doesn't take into account, you know, the gap between. So I wonder how I could create a 3 square by 8 square grid using the pattern tool, but keep everything parametric and, very importantly, have the margin between the squares be the same value.
Hi, James. To create a parametric 3x8 grid of squares in Fusion 360 with consistent margins, you can use the rectangular pattern tool combined with parametric dimensions. Here's how. 1. Create a single square. Draw one square using the rectangle tool. Set the side length as a parameter. Define the margin. Draw a line representing the margin between squares and set it as a parameter. Use rectangular pattern. Select the square and margin line. Activate the rectangular pattern tool. Set the quantity to 3 in one direction and 8 in the other. Use the parameters for the square size and margin to define the distance between patterns. This way, everything remains parametric, and you can adjust the dimensions and margins easily. Let me know if you need more details.
So before I do the pattern, if I draw a square then a margin line, would that margin then, after I've done the pattern, would the margin line be on top of one of the lines of the next duplicate square? Yo, connection failed. I've bamboozled her. But I think I know what the deal is. Right, so let's delete all of these cantos. Or actually, let's undo them because deleting stuff in here is hellish. Because it still kinda exists as ghosts. Right. So, what I'm going to do here is... So, D1 is the game length. Right. D2 would be square width. That's like 40 mil. Okay. I'm going to do margin width. And let's say that's like 3 mil. Okay. So, simply, if we do that, and we'll call this square width, bang. And then we'll make that equal to that, bang. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is stick... I think I figured it out. Or well, the woman told me. I'm going to create a point. Then I'm going to make that point a midpoint of that. And then I'm going to then put the midpoint of that coincident with that line here. I've now got a square on a line, right? And then I will make that coincident with that, for example. Right. Now what I would like to do is create a margin line like that. And I'm going to hit X to make that a construction plane. Then I'm going to dimension from here to here, and I'm going to call this margin width. Excellent. Okay. So now what we're going to do is create a rectangular pattern. And the objects I would like to pattern, right, let's see if the woman's worth our money now, is select all of these. And we're going to make 8 of them. But how do I figure out this number then? How do I figure out this offset number? Distribution, extent, or spacing. Ah, fuck. See this wee drop-down box here? I think that's it. I think that was just all I needed all this time, is just the word spacing, I think. Aye. That's been it. This full time is just, there's a wee drop down, and instead of extent, I just choose spacing. How long was that? How long in my life was that? Was that about an hour? It felt like hours. Animated Gamer, I've just saw it. When you do rectangular pattern, you can change the distribution to spacing will be quicker, mate. Aye. Just found that out there, Animated Gamer. Fuck, I could have looked like a total genius if I'd been paying attention to the stream. Well, to be fair, I wasn't really paying attention to chat, so you might have been shouting away at the at your monitor for a wee bit there. So let's undo that margin line, right? Fucking hell, man. So I'm going to remember that from now on. So let's go to create rectangular pattern. Going to make 8 of them. And the spacing, let's put it at, oh, where is that? Sorry, 290 mil. It'll be, right, so it's not extent, it's spacing. So that's it. So under the distance here, we could put square width plus, in fact, let's cancel that and we'll create a parameter for the margin width, right? So modify, change parameters, and we'll change this to like margin, and we'll just put that as like 3 millimeters. Again, there's much easier ways for me to do this, but what I'm trying to do here is like remember how to use the application properly, because I'll need to use it properly for a project that's coming up. So if I go to rectangular pattern, change it to spacing, change the quantity to 8, and make it go this way. And instead of 45 mil, we're doing square width plus margin. Here we fucking go, man. And then on this one as well, square width plus margin. That's it. That is it. That is it. That's it there. How long has that taken us? My God. My God, how long has that taken us? Jesus Christ. Oh, I feel a bit drunk after that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel well at all. That was awful. We've created a grid, man. I'm a graphic designer. Anyway, look at that. Look at what we achieved today on stream. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. So, let's trim these components away. Although the constraints are now removed. That's a pain in the arse. And you can't undo it. Oh no, you can undo it. So maybe I'll make these ones construction planes and just leave them in there. Sorry, construction lines. Oh, it was just painful, wasn't it? My God, I hated that. Oh, I just need a wee minute. My God. You deserve a can of tea for the fridge. Jesus Christ. I hated that. Right, so I don't want these squares here, but if I delete those squares and these squares, then I'm having a bad time because the parametric thing was like that. But this should be a pattern. What are you up to? Right, well, let's undo whatever I did there, because this line is somehow important. Let's change the parameters. So at this point, let's make sure everything is bulletproof, because previously the problem that I had was like, this'll do. And then I get further in and I'm like, shit, I've painted myself into a corner. So see this board length measurement here? I don't think I'm referencing that anywhere else, except for this line. So I wonder why I can't just delete the line. There's a line right there, or a dimension rather, called board width. It's just that line there, so I can just delete that. But then that becomes unconstrained, which is weird. I get it. Right, cool, we're fine. So that bit here, We want to be coincident with here, and now we're brilliant, everybody. Oh, yes. Thank you, Captain Spork. I really appreciate that. Hello, Golden Boy on YouTube. How's it going? Okay, so now we've done all of that nonsense. Oh, I hated that. Now we've done all of that. Let's draw the perimeter of the board. And the perimeter of the board, let's make it offset, but not very well done, so that we can then tell if the dimensions are constrained or not properly. Okie dokie. So let's start off by doing that. And then what we can do is just dimension all of this sort of stuff. So from here to here, let's say it's 5 mil, right? And then let's go into our parameters. And where it says 5 mil, we're going to call this outer margin. And I'll copy that because I'm going to be using that quite a bit. So with outer margin selected, let's now dimension this, and I'm going to call that, you've guessed it, outer margin. And then similarly for here to here, let's dimension that. I'm going to call it the same. This is much more successful than the previous attempts. But usually what I will find in Fusion 360 is I need to make something about 10 or so times before I figured out the best practice way of building it in this application. There we go. So again, this is parametric, so if I go in and just change the dimension of outer margin to be, 10 mil or something like that, it should all auto-update auto-magically. And it's all based on that grid. Boom shakalaka, there we go, we're laughing, everybody. Oh, it took an awful long time, man. It took an awful long time. I didn't expect to be working on this for so long. The first version of anything is rarely the best version, 100%, but the first version must be done in order to get to the end. It's the iterative process, isn't it? Okie dokie. So what we're going to do is, let's say that sketch is finished. Going to highlight everything. Make sure we highlight everything. Right click, extrude that. We're going to extrude it down by minus 40 mil. I'm happy with that. Then we will show the sketch again, and we can just highlight these squares. And we will extrude that down by, like minus 1 millimeter? I think that might just be enough. Minus 2, like that. And I think that's sort of what we had before, if you remember what we had at the start of the stream. But now I've made what we had at the start of the stream, except I've made it good. I've made it actual proper squares, which, I'll be honest with you, shouldn't have taken as long as it did, but it did, so hey-ho. Cool. So what I'd like to do now is just create a wee drawer in this side. I was going to get kind of fancy and, put a diagonal here, so that this top edge here is actually part of that drawer and stuff. But I think what that'll do is create a seam at this bit, and it'll create a seam here. And so I don't want that. So I'm just going to make like a blunt, dumb drawer in the side of this. So let's do that. Click this, right click, and create sketch. And then what we want to do is just make that box like this. And then what we want to do is dimension from here to here. And we will call this 10 mil. And that is D26. So from here to here will be D26. Oh, my brain's beginning to heal a wee bit. That was hard going in the old noggin. But I got there. It's like using a muscle. See if you haven't used it for a wee while. It's fatiguing, man. Cool, so I think 10 mil is a bit too much. So what we can do is just go into the parameter and under D26, wherever that is. Under here, instead of D26, we're going to call that drawer margin. And instead of 10 mil, we'll stick that down to like 8 mil. And that should have all updated. Do you know what? I think that's even a bit too much still. Let's go into change the parameters. And if I put drawer margin now down to 5 mil, you'll be able to see the outside margins there will just update to suit. And then what I'd like to do is extrude this into here and put it to the extent to maybe there. And that'll be a good drawer space for us. And all that's parametric and magic. Wonderful. Wonderful. So that's more or less where we got to last night, except this time that I've done it, it's good measurements. Now, if you notice, the outside margin is larger than the inside margin, so we're getting some off-grid stuff here, but that's fine. For the time being, I'll just leave that there so that I know that those measurements are different. If that bothered me, right now I could go in and just change the parametric value and it would update and it would be absolutely fine. Okay. So, let's create the player pieces because that's where we got to before. Oh my god, my head's fucking buzzed, man. Mind you'll need -2 mil for the top of the drawer to adjust for the top of the board. Aye. I'll figure it out. I'll bag myself into the corner until we get it good. Okie dokie. So let's create a sketch. Or well, we could edit this sketch. And I want my player pieces to be circular, right? And I'm going to just fit them to the size of the squares and just do it kind of visually. So let's find the center of the square. We do that by drawing an X. And then I get a center dimensional circle. And I want it to be... See, look at that. It's a proper square now. Do you remember back in the day we realised that wasn't a square? So let's make these 30 mil across. I mean, we could do this parametrically. I could say square width divided by 4 in brackets and then multiply that by 3. So that it's like a ratio. I think that's how we do it. So that if I resize that later on, it'll be fine. And then what we're going to do is just extrude this up. So it'll be 5 mil. Maybe a wee bit bigger than that. Maybe 8 millimeters tall for a player piece. And let's go to new component. And I'm happy with that. We're going to call this player piece Oops. We're going to call this player piece. Let's close that. Rename it. Bum, 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 bum. Player piece. Now, if we get rid of everything except for that. This is our player piece here. And we're just going to put a nice fillet on it so that it looks like this. That's nice and rounded. I'm happy with that. Send a copy to King Charles for his birthday. Aye, aye, aye. Hello, Rolling Sausage. Aye, I'm making a royal game of Ur. I thought it would be finished in time for you coming home, but hey, guess what? It absolutely isn't. How are you doing? Are you kicking about? What is the ancient game? It's called the Royal Game of Ur. U-R. And it's really good. It's over 4,500 years old. And we're creating a version of it. Hello, JD. How's it going? So I've created this based on the information that I found on the Royal Hingway website. And so it's designed for 3D printing. So if you're just in, basically see the last maybe 90 minutes have been brutal. They've been hard stuff because I've been trying to calculate things in my head and stuff. And I think I probably need a wee break maybe. Just because that took a lot of mental energy. I think I burned a lot of calories there just by thinking. And I need to like replenish my electrolytes or something like that. But what we've ended up with is a correctly constructed game. What we're going to have to do is I do need a nice cup of tea. What we're going to have to do, I've created a player piece. Don't think that will 3D print well, but hey ho, it is what it is. There's a way as well to put like divots on here, but I don't think we need the divots because they're not relevant to the game in any way. You know what I mean? Oh, my head's fucking buzzing. A wee break. Why don't you play a nice game of Ur with a lovely member of chat? I could, Carivore. Or I think Rachel's home, so I can maybe just go and have a nice wee sit down and a cup of tea and just think about something completely different. My God. Before I do though, because I would like it to just be the one thing left to build, which is the drawer when I get back. So let's create another sketch. Let's hide all of these. And let's redo, do you remember that thing that I was trying to do with the YouTube tutorial? So I want to create a polygon, make it like 10 millimeters. Nah, make it like 20 millimeters. Fucking 30 millimeters, right? And make it have 3 sides. Do you remember this pish? And now, what I need to do is create a circle from here to here. Now what I need to do is create a line from here to here. Now what I need to do is create, this looks like pure spiritual nonsense. Oh, aye. Hiya! So this line here should be horizontal vertical, and then that's us all good. And then we create a sketch here. And within this created sketch, what we're going to do is go to create, project include, projection. And then I'm going to select, it's not letting me again. Hold on everybody. We nearly had this before. I don't know if you remember. But if we select this, and this, and go to project include, and then create a sketch. Create a sketch here. What the fuck's going on, man? Do I need to be out of that sketch? Right. I do. Right. So right click this, create sketch. Easy peasy. Let's change my camera angle. Don't want that camera angle changed. What I'd like to do now is select this, and this, and go to fucking hell. create project include project. So now those things are accessible there. Then what I would like to do is create a circle from the centre point to here. Remember centre point in Coatbridge? And then what I want to do is create a line from here to here. Okay. And now what I simply can do, if I've done this correctly, it sounds like they're having a lot of fun. I've not done this right, man. I need to look back at that YouTube tutorial for how to make a tetrahedron in Fusion 360. I think I've maybe done it right. If I go to modify, solid, create loft, and then from here to here, object you're creating is not visible. Well, fucking you toggle the visibility. I can't. Right, there we go. And is that tetrahedron now real? I'm not entirely sure if it is. It looks a bit too short. So that looks like the good triangle. That looks like the bad triangle. Give me a wee second. Oh, God, my neck. So I think creating the game of viewer might be more tricky than just actually playing the game of Ur. Okie dokie. Aye, right. So let's cancel that shit and just undo a lot of this nonsense. So, I mean, for some reason, Thistion has put a line in from here. Is this a new sketch? It better not be. Undo that. And what we want to do is go in and play with this sketch in here. Right. So we'll create a line for here to here, but I don't know why. Aye, that's no right. I've got it. Undo. I wish that undo didn't hide the things that I've hidden. I want to keep undoing to there. Right, now let's edit that sketch. Fucking hell. Right, we're laughing, everybody. What we do is we click here, then click here. That's how it is. And then click from here to here. And we can make that like that. And then I wonder why these aren't black constrained. But aye. So make that aye. There we go, black constrained, there we go. Okay. So now we need to create this sketch on this plane. Why is it not letting me do that? And that sketch, we're not in that. We're in create sketch. And that plane there. I think this software's ready to crash. Do I need to be out of that sketch first? I'm going to do a wee courtesy save. Control S for save. There we go. Create a sketch on that plane. Brilliant. We're in. Now, create a circle, and of course we can't connect that to that because we haven't projected the geometry. So what we simply need to do is go back into sketch 3 and like draw a line from here to here. Make the construction lines where they need to happen. There we go. Okay. So let's finish that sketch. And then if we select bits. So I want to select that bit there. I want to select this bit here and that bit there. And then what we do is we go to, oh, that didn't stick. Fuck off. That bit there, that bit there, that bit there. Then we've got to create, and we simply, where was project and include again? That was in the sketch thing. But I need to be in that other sketch, I think. Need to be in the new sketch. Then go to create, project, include, then project. And then it'll let me select things from other sketches that I can project into the sketch that I'm currently inside. And that's me, I've done that. Fucking hell. So now I'm in sketch 4. I can then create a circle that starts here and goes here. We're into it. We've done it, lads. And then a line going from here straight up, like that. And we can create construction lines out of these. So I've got to finish sketch. And then this one, we create a surface, create, and then loft. And we need to loft from that profile to that profile. The object you're creating is not visible. Well, just show it then. You can't. There we go. And job done. That's us. I mean, it's a bit big, but because we have created this, let's create a new component out of it. Because we've created this parametrically, that means that we can go in and just change the parameter to make it smaller. So if I go to modify, change parameters, within sketch 3, there should be one diameter, and instead of 30 mil, let's just make that like 5 mil. And that is roughly the right size. There we go. There we go. And that there is the correct dimensions of one of them. Although let's fucking double check, because remember last time we thought we got it right. So it's 17.321, 17.321, 17.321, right? So we've drawn that correctly again, which is good. And I'm getting better at using the measure tool as well. My God, that burst my chops, everybody. Proud of your muscle. Thank you, B. Dolan. Thank you very much. I've been at this for that long that B. Dolan's talking to me on a different platform. He's done his taxes, moved over to TikTok. Can't he escape me, man? Can't he escape me? See if you close the app, open another app, I'm on that app as well. I'm streaming 5 places at the same time. Let's give it a wee fillet. And we'll just make it like that size. There we go. We've got our dice. We've got our game board. We've got our player piece. Hello.
He's played a blind one on me there.
Freddie.
Yeah.
My heart was going out to him because, hey everybody, it's Rachel. They can't see you.
That's okay. I don't want to be seen.
He was all wanting to play with the toy just as I started my stream.
He picks his moments.
He does pick his moments. I was playing with him a fair bit and stuff, but just as I was like, right, I'm going to go and start my stream, he was all like, and he got his koala bear and he was playing with his koala bear and he's like showing it to me, like, come on, play with me. And I'm like, mate, I need to go and do this. So anyway, I came in here, did my stuff, and then went for a piss about an hour or so ago. And when I opened that door, the koala bear was sitting at the door. He just left it at the door. And his fuck. So I'm going to be playing with him a wee bit tonight. But if you fancy a wee play,
I've been playing with him outside, but he came running in with Mucky Paws, and I forgot that he had Mucky Paws, and I've just
wonderful. Is it still kind of sunny and warm? Or have I missed
it's
that?
light, but it's a jacket weather.
All right.
Jacket weather.
I was out earlier, just sitting in the sun, and it was nice.
Yeah.
Aye, it was good. I liked it.
It's very warm in here.
Is it? I'm a wee bit chilly. Pepper's annoying, isn't she?
Oh, jeez. Something else that one.
She is something else. I need a break for this.
Would you want to come and get a pancake with some butter on it?
Mate, I'd love a pancake and some butter. Here, if we got sugar and a wee bit of lemon juice.
It's like Kingsmill pancakes.
All right, okay. Toasted?
If you want, you can have them any which way you want.
Maybe a wee toast.
You can
Cool.
do that.
All right, I'll clean up here. I'll save my thing.
Cool.
Right, we are finished this, except from we've only got one component to do, and that's the drawer right in the centre here. And I don't know how I'm going to do that, to be absolutely frank with you. But I don't imagine it'll take too much effort, because there'll be a way of doing it. But I tell you what I'm no doing, is I'm no doing it right now, because that's quite enough for one day. See, once all of this is built, I will then go in and I will finesse the scale of certain sides. So like this scale's too big and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm not doing that right now. But I think I'll be on tonight and we'll get this bloody thing finished. And depending on how quickly we do it, I might even be able to send it to print tonight. So that could be quite exciting. So maybe tonight at 10:30. And if I'm not on tonight at 10:30, we are talking tomorrow at 10:30 in the evening, because everybody, and I'm very excited to tell you this, I've got a day job shift tomorrow. So it's one of the 2 day job shifts that I've got this month, and it's happening tomorrow. So there won't be a daytime stream tomorrow, for I am being employed by the BBC. And I need to take that. I need to take it when it happens. So I'm quite delighted there. Apologies that a lot of that stream was just, my brain was just running at capacity there. There's not much I could do about it. I thought it would be an easier build than what it ended up being. However, the next time that I now need to do projection in Fusion 360, or indeed a pattern in Fusion 360, I know exactly how to do it. I know exactly how to do it. That's how you learn things, is that you fail at something a couple of times, and then the failure causes so much pain in your body that when you realise how to do it properly, it sticks. And I think that's what's done. That's what's happened to me today. But Jesus Christ, that was hard going, wasn't it? Oh, my dome. Got a particular pain just right here. And it's because of parametric modelling within Fusion 360. I'll never forget now, that's it. Learned about user parameters for this stream today. Oh, nice one, SSRIs. It's really handy if you know what you're doing. As I said, I've not been in the application for about 2 years, maybe a year. So I'm having to reforge neural pathways in order to relearn how to use this application. But I'm getting there, and it's quite fun. Listen, everybody, thank you very much for coming in today. My name's James Houston, and Houston's Boostin'. You've all been wonderful. Thanks very much for all the generosity and all the support, and all yous are watching me and all of that. I love that. So that's me done everything that I would like to do today, except from the magic trick. And this is the magic trick. Anna Realtor says, fair play for sticking with it. Listen, see, anything that's worth doing, anything that I've ever done has got that period of just brutal fucking headaches. But that's it. Anyway, see you later. Bye. Bye, bye, bye.